Alright, good day everybody and welcome to the stream. Had a bit of a technical issue setting up, so I'm a little bit late. AFK farm. No, I usually just do an intro just to give just a couple minutes to give people the chance to join and not miss the start of the stream. For the notification gang. Yeah, so I'm a little bit earlier than usual. I'm going to stream in two parts today without leaving the AFK farm on, so to say. So no 30-minute dinner break, but we're just gonna have like a 2 to 2.5 hour complete break where I stop streaming altogether, and then the second part of the stream I'll just restart again. For those of you who like to watch, you know how to find me. You don't need me to keep the stream on. So yeah, in the first part I would like to get some purple signs business going. A temporary setup, as in the title, because we only need like 1 or 2 tags, which cost by itself approximately probably more science packs than you normally spend in the entire game just to finish it, including Solar System Edge and beyond. One of these technologies is probably more purple science packs than you need to normally beat the game. But for us it's a small cost, so we're going to go with a temporary setup. Because if I would go for a full 1000 signs per minute purple sign setup, I think I would have to expand my entire factory by at least 2 or 3 times, and I simply cannot do that. Well, of course I can do that, but not in like 50 hours or so. We would need to clear out way too many biters, and the benefits are questionable. So we're just going to be setting up a temporary purple science production facility. In the last stream we already figured out roughly how much stuff we need. Elevated railway will require 26,000 electric furnaces and productivity modules and most of 1 million rail pieces. And beacons is a bit lower, at only 10 chests of electric furnaces and 10 chests of productivity modules. So yeah, the good thing though is the main cost of purple science is steel and red chips, and those both happen to be things where we have been building a large buffer. We have been buffering steel, so we could make a ton of space platforms. Of course the design ultimately changed a bit from the 27,000 tile wide line design to some sort of an ideal collection box. I only have 2 of them up instead of this gives me about 3 red belts of iron instead of 8, which I was originally planning. We can always expand that later. We can even make steel in space if we want to. Might actually not be a bad plan, but if we want to do more purple sciencey stuff. But that means we've got a ton of steel left over since we didn't spend it all on space platforms, which is good. We have 600k steel in stock, which actually is enough for the first technology already. So we don't need to worry about the steel cost for both the rails, which is mainly steel and then a bit of stone and half an iron per pair. So it's still a lot of resources, but steel is like 80 to 85% of the resource cost of rails. It's also a significant ingredient in furnaces, together with red chips, which we also have a stock of. And stone bricks, well, we have military signs set up, and the railway is... beacons and elevated rails are no military signs, military technologies. So we will have those belts of bricks which are making walls whenever we are producing military signs. Currently our buffer is full here. We have those freed up to make electric furnaces, so electric furnaces are completely taken care of. The highest remaining cost is probably green chips for the productivity modules. So 20k productivity modules is 100k green chips, which I need to make somehow. Or I guess we can use this area to do that. I'm not really feeding it from a environmentally justified location. We're still using the steel furnace stack, 241 hours in the game. I did notice a small problem though with my quality smeltery setup. While we were fighting biters last stream, this thing just completely filled up with plates. And actually it's bad because it has been backing up all the way to the mining drills. It's night now, so we cannot really see it. But the ore is backed up. It's still flowing, but very soon this will stop flowing and then the entire base will grind to a halt. So we need to we need to first do some quality runs. Including like emptying out all those chests. I was planning to do that off cam, but since we got a major problem on hand, I didn't just want to start using my rare stuff and uncommon stuff off cam. So we're probably going to be spending some of it because yeah, it's getting a bit out of hand with the quality stuff. Beacons and elevated rails only for now, yes. I would really like to get my hands on those assemblers, the Mark III assemblers, for their 4 module slots. That is going to help a ton in terms of rolling better quality stuff and yeah, mostly quality, but 500,000 purple science packs is a bit outside of the scope of the plausible. If you... That's like 3 million pieces of rails and 125,000 furnaces. And it is just it is too far off. I mean, there's like 3 million steel. We don't have 3 million steel. We also don't have a million red chips. Currently we've got like 125k left over. That is also gonna bank up as soon as we stop making blue signs, of course. We are producing about 1400-ish red chips overall, which we could repurpose for purple signs. But yeah, that's gonna be too expensive until we got some like Vulcanus production set up, or we indeed spent an entire eternity clearing out more biters. We did clear out some biters last time and we get access to more copper sources. 11 million over here, 2 smaller ones down here, about 6 million. Copper is now the main bottleneck since iron, we have an infinite iron mine in space right now, which is sending down tons and tons of iron. No botnet work just yet. Make quality red signs out of the excess quality copper. Yeah, it would be a way to get rid of most of the uncommon stuff, right? Making at least some uncommon signs packs. The thing is though, I get my 1000 signs per minute figure from the labs being active at all time. Not now, because this is a 30-second technology, but most technologies now are gonna be 60-second technologies, like this one, and then all the labs will be active, and I'm limiting my signs also by all the labs being active all the time. And uncommon signs and common signs do not stack, so if this runs out, if this is running out, normally another one gets added. That's why there's 2 signs packs inside. But if it's uncommon signs, then it doesn't stack. The uncommon signs runs out, the lab is inactive for a while, especially if it's a chain. It can cause quite a bit of gaps in research, so I don't think I want to do that. I'm rather thinking, I noticed last time I was running out of like laser turrets on the bigger fights. I would like to do fights like consecutively without doing a single nest and cleaning it up, next nest cleaned up, just continue out a bit and then just clean everything up in a giant cleanup action. I think that's a bit more efficient. So we're gonna need more lasers and more power lines. We are making uncommon lasers to get rid of the ingredients. We have a bit of extra range on those as well. I did switch off my battery production at some point. We've got like 1 chest left, about 8.5k. So probably the first solution we'll do is just switch that back on. So we start consuming copper and iron again from the uncommon quality. We do need to make some changes here because we have been mixing copper and iron on one side here, which is not ideal. But yeah, we didn't have the smelting capacity to keep it on one side, so now I gotta deal with the consequences. So yeah, first step, sort out the quality business. Man, this track is a bit icy. That's first we sort out the quality business, and then we design purple signs. That's the plan for these first 4 hours. Alright, the holy signs graph, yes indeed. I'm addicted to it. We'll start off with a new track as well. So if I remember correct, quality copper ore is backed up, but not yet completely to the mining drill. The problem is if this just backs up all the way, it also blocks the common copper from going through, so we gotta kind of fix that instantly. I do have my inventory on me, so I suppose the first thing we do is just switch on battery production again, since we want to make lasers anyway. And maybe just stash a little bit of this quality copper over on this side, so those inserters have some space again. I did do some weird shenanigans over here. Right, I'm reading this belt, and these inserters are only supposed to activate if the iron plate signal is 4. Which is a little bit of a problem, because we got a mixed belt now, so these inserters will be disabled all the time, except when 4 iron plates happen to be on there. What if... So I could just switch it off, but then we're just collecting all the plates and we won't be making batteries, so that's also not good. What if I just artificially increase the amount of... It's a red signal. What if I just do something really dumb, like... Let me just grab some... Man, these chests are also pretty full actually. If I throw like 2 iron plates on there and also read this belt. And we have a certain chance that there are 4 plates on the belt. So these inserters will activate some of the time, but not all of the time. I guess it can still back up. Wait, are these chests all full on this side? You know, I guess I have to fill the chests on the left side, because then the ore goes up here. It outputs on there. Ah wait, no, these are also grabbing. But we gotta fill up the back chests. Are those already filled up completely? Okay, it does appear these chests are filled up completely. How about these? These are filled up completely as well. Okay, so all the ore already is going there first. So that does mean I just simply need to... disconnect the wire condition. And just let him grab plates freely. It's good that all these first chests are full. That means we should not get stuck. Alright, no more wires there. What are these reading? Okay, there's only copper on this side, so this should be okay. Only if the copper is backed up, these will grab. That was the intent. Only if this belt has 4 copper, then the inserters will put stuff into chests. So if we are using the copper for batteries, the inserters will be inactive, but that we kinda got rid of that now. So I think that's fine. We do need to do input priority on this side as well, I think, because we got a mix of iron and copper. And sure enough, copper gets through. Just grab this, make it empty. It can still gridlock, I suppose. So maybe I should temporarily do this. Sideload some iron on there, since it's gonna be mainly copper which is coming from this side. And this, if it backs up here, if we get a lot of copper, batteries cannot get made anymore, the copper does not get consumed, and iron will just back up against this. Copper will just stuck in the splitter without iron being able to pass through, so this will hopefully keep that going for a bit. Alright. This is a mess for the rest, so we'll just leave that be. Alright, so hopefully we'll see that this quality ore... Okay, it looks like it's already way less backed up than it was before. We should see this move out to front now. Yeah, it's clearly getting depleted. How is the other side? And the other side... That one is actually backed up pretty far as well. Okay, it's backed up really far. Still backed up. Still backed up. Okay, it's backed up to here. Yeah, we got a little bit of backlog to get rid of. And also this one seems to be moving in the right direction again. Okay, so we caught the problem before it was backed up at any of the mining patches. That would have been bad. So we are making batteries again. I could upgrade all of this to like the rare quality chemical plants. These are already qualityed up. So I cannot just simply do that. I need then one more sulfur thing. Let's not worry about it. This probably will make batteries faster than I can supply iron anyway, it appears. Alright, so that's good. 43k in here. I think I would like to stash up some iron in here, so... we will set input priority on the infinite iron from Novice instead of the infinite iron from space. Call this infinite iron because we're mining red signs from this giant patch over here. As well as some other ones down there. So I want this number to go up a bit. Alright. Now we got the quality business to take care of. We gotta make sure that these chests don't back up again. I already lost 2 full hours of red chip production earlier when those chests backed up. And that is why I have only 125k chips left instead of like 350k chips or so. That cost me like, I think that cost me 300,000 chips or something. That I accidentally let these chests get backed up. They were only normal quality chests at the time. I upgraded these to rare because these fill up the fastest. I suppose we could add another one next to it now. We've got the space since we got rid of all the coal bells and whatnot, so that might be an idea. Also steel, we've been letting that get up to too high numbers. Yeah, we need to empty those out. And we gotta make a plan what we're gonna do with all those resources, man. I'm kinda thinking we will be waiting on quality module 2 and then just try to upcycle this into like blue chips or something. I think we just want to try to hold for quality modules as much as possible and then use the extra copper cable to make more green or red chips, whatever we run out first. Something like that probably, but definitely this it's getting out of hand a bit. Everything is starting to be everywhere. So I think we're gonna try to expand this area a bit. I don't think there's any more copper coming, coal coming from up there. It used to be a mixed coal and quality copper belt, but all of the coal mines are dead. This is dead. This is dead. Alright, there is no more coal on these belts. Or is there? I guess not until the last splitter, so yeah. That means this can simply go straight now. All the coal is gonna come from down there. This copper we can then... Oh, we gotta belt weave that in. We can belt weave that in. And then we gotta find a way through this forest. Or just come in from somewhere over here already. And then we can get rid of this line altogether. Right. I think some of these trees will have to go. That's a stump. I cannot access these chests with the trees in the way. Alright, we'll get rid of one line. Okay, these chests are accessible at least. We can also technically put some more chests over here. The biters, yeah, actually they never really made a problem. They did make a problem in some of the simulations we ran during the... You can still sneak through that. They did make some problems during some of the simulations we ran, but they never actually made an actual problem. All the methods we've been deploying to keep them outside of the base have been working surprisingly well. It's always a bit tricky because there's been a lot of changes to biters in the Space Age, with the Space Age update, so all the stuff I think I knew, I might actually just know that wrong now, if you know what I mean. It is very possible that things I think to be true have changed in Space Age, but so far all my old man Factorio 1.1 knowledge has still been holding up so far, including the annoying part that pollution does not dissipate from landfill, and I have these tiles filled in completely. So yeah, maybe we need to make a gap in there just to let the pollution dissipate over a couple hours. Right, quality stuff. We are in for some running. I think first up we're just gonna collect all the copper cable. That's gonna be the main culprit. We'll probably have to make... Okay, that's a full inventory there already. That's 6 trips for copper cables. I cannot carry enough. I'll unblock these slots so I can carry enough copper cable to fill up 2 chests in one run, hopefully. Kind of depending on how much uncommon or how much rare quality we get. Alright. So many resources. We really need more chests. I either gotta stop making quality stuff, or we need more chests. I kind of want to convert this to try to upcycle this to rare with Mark II quality module instead of Mark I, since we'll get double the amount of rare products if we have double the amount of module slots. So I'm still holding off on that. It is 1000 times science cost, man. Everything is 1000 times bigger. We're playing like the America of Factorio here. Grab the last bits. There's all the copper cable. The Texas of America of Factorio. That is what this playthrough is basically. Alright. And now comes the fun part. In Sovietorio, logistic bot is you! But I have carry capacity level 9600. I can carry a full chest or 2 at a time. So it's not too bad. And work on my RTS clicking skills. There's a lot of copper cable. Thanks Ops for the 7 months of level 3 subscriptions, man. Yeah, sorry about that. I changed my mind. It's gotta go on this side. I think we need to put all the other stuff on the left side. Green chips, red chips. Alright. That wasn't too bad. Was it? Maybe it was. Alright, there we go. 58 chests of copper cable, 10,000 each, 500,000 copper cable. I think we're gonna move all of these to the bottom here. Because that's the second most used item. We might actually need to start making some more plastics, really. If we want to upcycle this to red chips, we will need also some uncommon quality plastics again. I stopped making plastics for a while because we've got a ton of quality coal, which we can use to make quality plastics as well. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Let's first empty out the green chip chests here as well. It should be only half the chips. Are all these full? All of those are full. Finally, a full chest of rare green chips. That took the entire playthrough. Well, looks like I took some chips because the bottom half did not fit in my inventory in one go. Thanks Doc69 from 1978, I suppose, for the Prime subscription. Yeah, we got a lot of green chips. We might be able to make like modules for all the labs now, like... I don't know if I want to do that. Right, now the main... Oh, I got these still. Now the main thing... These chests. Gotta make 2 trips for those as well. Bot inventory upgrade. Yeah, I'm thinking about better carry capacity for my bots. It would be good to have better carry capacity for my logistics bots. Alright, then red chips. Another line here, I suppose. Thanks as well, Alain. Alain137 for the 13 months subscription. A bit of reorganization. Now we got the quality stuff up here. Quality plastics, quality batteries. We'll figure out how we organize that later. I think we gotta just move some of the stuff which we don't actually use a lot, maybe over to the right side here. Like this copper. Steel we do use, but pipes we hardly use. These engines we are not really using. Gears we actually are using. So let's stay those over here. These we can potentially put over there. Let's bring this iron to somewhere else. We can do these gears here. And then we got a lot of space left over for steel, which is probably a good thing. We've got this. This is to make our artillery shell. The one artillery shell we will make this game. We already reserved those resources for those. Then we got some other random items. Good quality engines, good quality pipes, I suppose. We got electric engines. Let's put those there as well. Maybe batteries can go here as well, and plastics too. Plastic can get its own row there. Steel can go in the bottom here. Then we just gotta pick up all the steel, and then I think we picked up everything basically. And this base should be good to run for quite a while again. Let's see how it's going here. All furnaces are smelting, so it's a good sign. Everything seems to be flowing. And we have researched the last of... What did we just finish? Productivity Module 2, our first space science technology. Now we are preparing for the actual purple signs build. It's kinda important if you want to make purple signs. I don't think we're gonna do tool build just yet. We are gonna focus on getting purple signs researched as well, so we can start making the science packs. Yeah, we'll just leave stuff in the queue so technology continues. I think it's the first time though. We have the perfect flat production graph for blue signs as well. Not at the complete 50 hours though. I think that's gonna cave in now. So be it. We do have the one which I care about though, the 3 million over 50 hours, the 1k SPM science progress thing. So yeah, let's not research something else. Just to keep the blue science 50 hour graph going. Just yeah, I suppose red and green science packs are present in all the labs, so everything switches on for a little bit. We're only producing 1k SPM though, so half of these labs will pretty soon be depleted. And we should fall to 1k SPM again after some time. Right, so we will bring this over here somewhere, if we can find space in a chest. And we're gonna pick up all the steel. Fortunately I got the running armor, so it's not as painful as it used to be. Picking up all the stuff, I still have those in my trash slots. You've forgotten the rest of the red chips. Thank you for backseating, that is very useful, because if I would forget that indefinitely, then 1/3 of the red chips will stop working. And that's pretty hard to spot because, well, 2/3 still would be working. I get distracted all the time, so I absolutely don't mind if I make mistakes like that people point them out. That is the whole reason this playthrough is kinda succeeding, is you guys pointing out everything I'm forgetting all the time. So don't feel bad about that. Rush to space is the only one that says. I don't care about the rush to space technology, really. Rush to space is the only one. A planetary. I'm not gonna. No, we're not gonna have a planetary science pack. Kind of thinking the. What we are gonna be having is something like. We want the equipment, basically. The EM plants, the big mining drills, the foundries, the recyclers. That is the main reason to go to the other planets. So I think I'll visit both. I'll probably visit both Fulgora and Vulcanus before even setting up any of the planetary science packs. That seems likely. I think also the Vulcanus technologies which I want require yellow signs as well. Maybe Cliff Explosives doesn't, but I don't really care for those. I know I'm not as obsessed with Cliff Explosives as the entire rest of the Factorio community seems to be. I can build around them just fine. But artillery requires yellow signs, so we don't have that yet. So this is probably a requirement for Gleba. Unless I figure out how to cheese the Gleban enemies as well, which I didn't look into yet. It seems to be possible. Right, one more trip, we'll empty out everything, and then we have reset the quality system. And we should be good to go to start designing some purple sign stuff. Right, I suppose this can just stay here. I will just leave it there. I think I'll double these chests. These seem to be the bottleneck. We can upgrade all of this to rare, perhaps. Alright. Final hole. Red chips, green chips. Alright. Quality stuff sorted. Sorry you had to sit through that. I was planning to do this AFK, but because the entire quality stuff was kinda backing up almost entirely to the production facilities, I didn't want to do major stuff off cam. 12k batteries. Right, I do think I want to quality up the plastics a little bit. Not too much. I don't want too much quality plastics, but a little bit. I think I can get away with 2 quality modules and 1 efficiency module, and then it will still keep up producing enough plastic to keep red chips supplied. I hope. I think the bots can do that these days. Can I just do this? Looks like I can. I just need to switch armor. Alright, we can. That is pretty sweet. They even keep the configuration the way you put it in. Alright, then normally you should do that first. First, you double check if you're actually ready to put quality on the belt, or if it goes to heck when you do that. I think this just goes directly to red chips and nowhere else. And here, it goes here. And then we split it off here with the priority splitter, which only lets normal quality go through. Yeah, and these belts are stuttering a bit, so we don't need the full belt of plastic to go through. We can afford to throw some quality in there. Yeah, plastic stacks to only 100, whereas these stack to 200. I think we require 4 copper cable, right? Copper cable stacks to 200. So green chips actually has double the capacity compared to copper cable and plastics. There's 20 chests over there. 24, I suppose. 24 and 24, that's 48. I'll make 48 uncommon chests and 3 rare ones, and that should hopefully give me a bit more space. Stack will make 12. That's perfect. Alright. Easy? So if I upgrade the plastics chest and the copper cable chest, those will have a lot more space. So it will take longer to back up if I forget something, or if I go to a different planet. Alright. And these are produced at the same rate as plastics. 2 green chips, 2 plastics, 4 copper cable. But these stack to 200, so this chest is already twice as large compared to... It can hold twice as much green chips than it could hold plastics. So this is basically doubled because of the nature of green chips stacking to higher quantities. And then we basically do this. This power. And hook these up with wires. Okay, that should be able to keep going for quite a while. As you can see, we are no longer doing blue signs. Blue signs has stopped. Red chip production keeps going though. We are filling up these buffers. This is not a giant buffer. These chests are about half full. They should all have the exact same amount of chips. They do. So these can hold about 500,000 red chips, roughly speaking, since it's a quarter full and we're at 125k. A quarter, like 500,000 red chips is just enough for beacons. We need even more for elevated railways. So maybe I have to upgrade these chests as well. It's another 48. That will upgrade the capacity by 30%. I think that's exactly right. If they now can hold 500k, the uncommon chest will be able to hold 650k. It's made for this. I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right. This is the intended way. It's too much of a coincidence to not be true. Upgrade. We have now 500k storage. It will be 650k. We gotta be doing it right. I don't see how I'm not playing Factorio the intended way here. How many signs for the trip to Vulcan? 25 hours of research to unlock thrusters and the planet. Right, let's also throw away this remaining quality copper ore on the way down. Somehow picked up. Alright, it still will be back. Okay, it still will be backed up for a while. No, it isn't. We've almost eaten up the entire backlog, it seems. At least for that side. How is it here? Here is still pretty bad. Actually, no, it's already almost at the base. So we have eaten up this entire distance worth of copper already. So this is probably gonna work out. As long as these chests don't all fill up again, which they might. I should look at the plate production versus consumption in the last minute or so. Oh yeah, we are definitely outproducing the consumption rate here. This is battery production. So yeah, we're still in trouble if we don't spend the copper. How about iron? Iron is actually produced at approximately the rate we are consuming it. Even a little bit less. These are able to keep the belt backed up apparently, so it's fine. Mixed chests. I know you gotta love it. This belt is still flowing. Okay, that's good. Now we definitely should be able to keep that belt compressed for a while. How is it going with oil then? We were down to hardly anything. 648k. Okay, consumption is falling. It's still above production though. Somehow consumption went up. Yeah, we are starting batteries again. We started batteries again, that's why consumption is up. Maybe I should just productivity module my oil at this point. I didn't do that because of pollution, but especially in this area we took all the nests, so maybe if I put the rare quality productivity modules in here, despite the speed bonus, the production of fluids will actually go up slightly. And then I will need more cracking facilities as well. So I can make more petroleum gas out of these products. I can definitely afford that pollution wise, but what about power? One of these does 434 kilowatts by itself. That's half a megawatt before even the power penalty. We're going to be doing 120% consumption, so it's going to be over a megawatt per plant. 20 megawatts. Now they're doing nothing, like 84 kilowatts each. This will be 20 megawatts extra. These are about half of that, half a megawatt each. 22, so that's 10 megawatts. We're gonna need a couple extra, 50 to 35 megawatts of space. Do we have that? Currently we do, because we are researching railways, I suppose. Wait, we've got 12k solar panels now. We're no longer restricted. Sorry, 12k times about 42 kilowatts if you account for accumulator charge. We can spend 504 megawatts. So yeah, we do have space. We do have space for that. We are not producing military science at the moment. We are not even researching blue technology. So engines is dormant. Blue science is dormant. Red chips just keeps going though. Yeah, let's throw some rare productivity in the oil. That will upset the ratios though. I'm gonna be getting 12% more products, so I need to crack 12% more heavy oil. We have the ideal ratio here, 20 to 5 to 17. That is without modules. So 12%. We're gonna just need one extra of these, like for some of the time. So I guess we'll move the tank out of the way somewhere and plop one over there. That should do the trick. And then here we need 12% plus a little bit more because of the extra light oil from those things. We have 17 of them right now. We'll need 12% extra from here, so that's 19. A little bit more from there. I cannot imagine it's going to be that much, so 3 more pieces. And we gotta do 4 more really. Yeah, we gotta do 4 more then, so it keeps the nice shape. Okay, so 4 more and 1 more. I need 5 more uncommon chemical plants to solve that. Do I have any? I don't think I do. I just have normal ones. I made giant stashes of those before I had access to quality, so that was kind of a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I should have at least hold for quality stuff. Alright, for now we'll just need 5 of them though. So we're actually gonna be using those pipes I just said we were not gonna be using. So those, some green chips, gears and steel. Machine chips now have moved. That's going to be 5 of them. And then we need the modules. I do not have... Should I just go for these? I have these on hand. These are slightly slower though. Will I be making a net profit? We got like some stacked productivity going on, so we might still produce more gas even though we slow down this cores slightly. The thing is, with a 5% speed penalty and 6% productivity bonus, you gain a net higher output per minute because the productivity bonus more than offsets the speed penalty. I get 5% speed penalty but 5% speed bonus. That is not the same. It doesn't cancel out. If the speed, let's say the speed is 1000, we get a speed penalty of let's say 15%. Because of the 3 modules, and then we get a 15% productivity bonus. That comes out to be less than the original 1000. So yeah, looks like we're gonna lose about 2%, 2.25% speed. But with the rare productivity modules we get 18% bonus, and then we actually make a tiny net profit. Is there a turnaround point for that? Okay, there is a turnaround. So yeah, for 2 module machines you get 1008, for 3 modules it was 1003. If you can insert 4 modules, that is no longer true apparently, because the speed penalty is bigger and bigger for every next module, I suppose, percentage wise. Okay, interesting stuff. Probably, maybe not. Let's just use these and see what happens, if production goes up or not. I'm shooting myself in the foot if I let production go down. I think production will go up. If not, we can switch out for rare productivities, but let's not forget our plans. I found a mod which makes all items stack 2 to the power of 31, so you can just carry around everything at once. Alright. I still won't help you in pianodons because there are just too many different items, I suppose. Right, the new fluid mechanics should allow me to do this. Do I care about this oil? Maybe I do. Let's make one. So this is on the same one as that. I should be able to deconstruct this now, and the oil magically goes in here. Alright. 1 extra there, we need 4 extra here. That means we need to do some... we can do 3 extra, we can just let this exist. So 1, 2, 3. Then we just let this live over here. I don't know if I can simply copy this. As I can. Right. I have blocked everything up. Let's disconnect it for now. that pump was connected to that fluid tank. So I better maybe move it like over here. Right. And then I can put the pump back. With the condition, be fast or it will back up again. 20k, come on. Okay. It's almost full. We gotta now enable these guys. They are enabled. Okay, this guy does not have water. Thanks Goffrey for the Prime subscription. I can use Prod 2 modules now, but that hits a lot harder. Prod 2 modules are not great. The thing with those is they only give 2% extra productivity, but they double the speed penalty. So basically a relative 50% boost to productivity bonus, but a 100% boost to speed penalty compared to Prod mods Mark 1. They kinda suck, really. Mark 2 productivity modules. The Mark 1s, they kinda offset their negative speed effect with productivity, but the Mark 2s, they definitely slow your machinery down significantly. So you already start to need beacons to speed them back up a bit. I don't really like Prod 2s. Especially now, unlike the quality module, which actually has a fractional increase like it should, from 1 to 1.3% to 1.6% quality, you get the 30% per level boost as you should. Productivity modules don't have that. You should go from 4 to 5.2%, but you go only to 5%. Then you should go to 6.4%, I think, but you're going to 6%. It just rounds down, and then for Epic it's even worse. For Prod 2s they get shafted hard as well. You only get 7% for the uncommon, where you should be getting 7.8%. Almost, you almost get shorted a full percent productivity bonus on uncommon ones. And even the rare ones, they should get, what is it? 9.6% productivity, they only get 9%. So, yeah, this is not great, how productivity modules are affected, I should say. Anyway, let's see if this kills our setup. Let me save here. Prod oil. Okay, so we gotta see the difference. We were doing about 30k a minute. Did the new update make Gleba easy or harder? 2.0.47. I don't recall any Gleba specific changes in there, except maybe if you're referring to the red ammo cost. The red ammo cost thing was mostly done to making red ammo in space viable, because before it was pretty hard to get enough copper. I suppose it's slightly easier to make quantities of red ammo on Gleba as well, but the damage output is the same, so unless there's something I'm missing, Gleba should be roughly the same, I think. I got expensive qualities in here. I think I should take those out. I think we can do that now. Can I just do this? And then upgrade to nothing? I can? Oh, nice. That was never possible before, taking modules out of machinery with bots. Lots of nice changes now. One plant was missing a pipe. Is that on purpose? Paranoia sets in immediately. One plant was missing a pipe. They're all active. So that is at least good. These are not active. This one, you mean? Yeah, no, that was definitely not on purpose. I just added that one, so... the intention was it would work. These are all active now as well. Or are they? Yeah, we got too many of these now. These are not going to be active all the time. We have to see if anything backs up now. Yeah, I think we should be good. So, I think we need a little bit of time to see how much petroleum gas we're actually producing now. It's gonna be a bit wobbly. I think it's gonna be slightly higher. We get the productivity bumps in there now, and the productivity bonuses trigger. So we were at 30 to 31k. Let's see how that will look over 10 or minutes or 1 hour later on. House power. Cannot really see that at the moment. Especially not when researching red and green technology. Okay, we should be getting the full yellow belt of steel now. All the steel goes here. Minus the gaps where the quality steel used to lay. That goes to the quality chest right there. This is engines. That is idle. Ish. And the entire belt of steel is gonna go towards the storage. I guess the final last engine assemblers are still like backing up and whatnot. Putting the last ones on the belt. But we should be getting a full belt of steel and a full 1.5-ish belt of red chips. A little bit less, again, because quality upgrades. We will be using rare quality productivity modules for purple signs though. Even though they suck, they are still better in that regard. So I think it's time to start designing purple signs then. Is there anything else which still could go wrong? Wait. My mind is... I don't know what my mind is, but something is not working properly up there. I always keep doing stuff and then fail to implement the stuff. Alright. More capacity for red chips. I would like rare chests. I don't know, it's a bit expensive. Throwing 4 stacks of rare steel against this problem. Right. The steel splitter showed needs to be upgraded to fast. Close to engines. This one. Oh, we only get in a yellow belt, so it doesn't have any purpose. This one will only send a yellow belt there as well. This one is fast because we feed out from storage sometimes. We'll probably do that for purple signs as well, actually. Yeah, this is a turn belt here. That's my feed out system, since now you can remotely switch belt directions. So I can remotely reactivate the feed out and flip this splitter around like so. And then we can make those space platforms again if we need them. There's a lot of weird shenanigans you can do now with remote view, and it always pays to not delete a belt if you want to stop production, but just flip it. So you can then unflip it later on. remotely without having to come back and place the belt again. Kind of a nice twist. Alright, so quality now actually is fully sorted. I think we gotta design purple sign, see how big it gets. And yeah, what we actually need for that. I think we're gonna design that. Should we design it in real mode or in editor mode? That's the question. Let's design the size and stuff. The size of things in editor mode, because it allows me to just put whatever module I want in there and see what the effects are without having to craft all types of modules. And then we do the belting and stuff, we can do that in the real world, because we should be progressing time as much as possible at this stage. But I think it's time to design purple signs. Right now we're halfway through railway. That will take... It's a small technology, only 75,000 signs. And then another 100k for researching this. We're doing 1k SPM, so this is 100 minutes. An hour and 40 minutes. Easy mathematics. This is halfway, so it's another big half hour or so. So it will take about 2 hours of research before we... 2 to 2.5 hours before we can start making production signs. I think we'll need that time to make the actual build. For now though, let's make another save so I don't accidentally override it. Can anyone tell you how to play songs from other planets? Yes. You install the music playlist extender mod. And then you can play all the music from all the planets everywhere. I did that because Novice is having a very long startup time, and we listened to the basic Novice track for basically 10 years now, so I wanted to throw that in. So you can even like fine-tune if you don't like certain songs. Like I don't like the main menu theme in my playthrough, so I disabled that. And there's one song from Fulgora which is very dissonant. Doesn't really work very well while streaming, at least, so I excluded that from all playlists. So you can basically fine-tune that how much you want. And it's really nice. I might revert to, once we unlock the planets, I might uninstall this mod, because it doesn't stop the tracks from switching when you go to space. It switches tracks, and if you go to a planet it switches tracks, and that's kinda not necessary. But yeah, that is how I play all the music from all the planets. I used to do that, yes, Balinor. I used to just replace some of the tracks in the default Factorio folder and just override them with space age tracks. But then I found this mod, so that is nice. How you create a tag? Alt right click is a tag. You can and all of those will appear here. You can set them to be not visible as well, then they will disappear. Because now I always have those arrows. As soon as something goes off screen, you have a ton of arrows everywhere on your screen. I don't really like that. You can also like ping as Control Alt click. That's just a temporary thing, but this gets you a full list of locations, which is annoying. So let's reload that. I already saved the editor design save. Let's go in the editor mode. Alright. I'm just going to design in this area, so let's delete all the trees. Alright, so basically we want to use our new shiny toys, the Mark II productivity module, in rare quality. Ideally, 9% productivity bonus. So we definitely should also be making the rare quality assembler, so we will need less assemblers. We probably also will need some regular ones and some efficiency modules. some belts, some inserters in different qualities, I suppose. The power lines will... I'll just use a legendary substation for now to power it. So stuff doesn't blink at our face all the time. Alright, first of all, how much purple signs? I need to unlock the technology as well. Yeah, that is why we need to go in editor mode. I cannot set the purple signs. I can set this purple signs technology. 0.17 a second. If I install these modules, 0.16 a second. That is really not... not scientific enough, or not accurate enough, those two digits. Let's see if we can work out how much one of these actually produces. 21 second recipe time. So at a crafting speed of 1, a recipe will complete 60 over 21 times per minute. So 2.85 recipes per minute at crafting speed 1. This assembler has a crafting speed of 0.96 with the productivity module. That's actually not bad. It's actually not bad. It has 1.2. We get a 20% speed penalty. So yeah, 0.96. That is faster than 0.75 of a standard quality assembler without modules. So that's actually pretty decent still. However, we will multiply this by 96%, so we get only 2.74 cycles a minute. But of course, we do get 18% productivity bonus now, so we multiply it by 1.18, which means we actually finish 3.23 cycles per minute, and then we get 3 signs back per cycle, so we multiply by 3. One assembler should do 9.7 signs per minute. I say 9.71, this is pretty much 9.71 signs per minute. How many assemblers do we need for... Okay, let's save this. How far ahead are we in our quest here? I know. We don't need to load. I just said we would need over 2 hours still to research purple signs. So let's say 2.5 hours. So I have 2.5 hours of time. I need to build it still though. 2.5 hours of time though, and then I want to research beacons. That will take 1 hour and 15 minutes. So if I want to continue researching beacons, I should do 300 SPM. Oh, that's a lot. On the other hand, we don't really need to research beacons right after purple signs. Let's do load that save, because it's a bit easier to see. Alright, so what I mean is we still have 2.5 hours to go before these 2 tags are researched. If I want to continue with beacons straight away, I need to start stashing purple signs, and I need to produce it at 1/3 the rate of the other science packs. Of course, we can just research something else between that, like say laser weapons damage. If I do that, then we do not need to worry about science per minute, because I think we will need to do that. Okay, let's not worry about how much science per minute we need to research this as fast as possible. We don't need this as fast as possible. We need this when we arrive on Fulgora, basically, or Vulcanus, one of the two. Probably Fulgora. I want to create rare beacons for science setups. That's what we're going to be exploring in the second part of the stream after the race in the European evening. We're going to be looking at the other planets and what it actually takes to make 1000 signs per minute there. Then I know if I actually will need the beacons or not. I suppose I do, because foundries can take like 5 productivity modules, which means they'll slow down by 50% without beacons. So we'll probably need them. But yeah, that's the thinking right now at least. Okay, we are not gonna worry about purple signs per minute. We have plenty of things to do. Okay, let me grab a cup of coffee before continuing. Yeah, all the new buildings take a lot of modules, so you will need to speed them back up if you go full productivity on those. I kind of think we do want to do that, because we've basically got like 1,000 of the resources available compared to default settings. Why not research nuclear power? It's 1 million signs, almost. So that's 17 hours of research. Why don't you use rate calculator mod? Maybe I should look into that. For novice, it's easy enough to do the ratio stuff, but it might change for. Oh, I don't even know how to calculate gleba because everything spoils and the sign specs come out spoiled. I'll probably just settle for. Alright, we'll just go for like 1,500 signs per minute on gleba and hope it arrives fresh enough to match up with the 1,000 signs per minute we're running in the base. For now, we're just gonna do it like this though. You know what we should do? Alright, I know what we should do. 9.71 signs per minute from one of these. Alright. So we need to go beacons. We need 20,000 electric furnaces and 20,000 productivity modules, which we probably will be producing ahead of time. I'm going to switch that on as soon as I can at least. So, logically, I need 10 chests of the stuff. This can house... Let me grab an infinity chest. Alright, so this is basically what we need. Let's just play time. 10 chests worth of furnaces and 10 chests worth of productivity modules. So if I make 10 science assemblers, we will be doing this amount of science times 10. 97 SPM. What is the ratio of production? I think productivity modules. This eats up 0.04. This makes 0.05 productivity module per second. So this is like a 1-to-1 ratio if we use this specific setup with productivity modules, rare assembler versus normal assembler, as opposed with efficiency modules, because we cannot put anything useful in there. So we might as well reduce the power cost. A furnace is a faster recipe though. So a furnace one could potentially supply 3 science assemblers. I think we're just going to keep it simple. Just do this, and then when we actually research science we can do this and switch these off. Remember, it's a temporary setup, so it should be a bit finicky like that. But then we will just gather these inside. Probably just hook these up to. Oh wait, we can make the assembler stop work these days. We can enable them only if there is less than 2,000 furnaces in the chest, and the assembler will stop working immediately as soon as this 2,000 one is into the chest. So that gets rid of the input and output lag by the inserters, which always produce a couple extra. The buffer fills up over here, etc, etc. that we can switch that off immediately now. Same for this one, but productivity module. So these are now both switched off. If I put resources in them, they are not working because it's disabled by control behavior. If I take out the furnace, it will stop working immediately. There we go. And stop. Stop mid-craft, right there. Okay, that is a good method, I think. We do definitely not want to do that for Rails though. I think Rails has got to be live production. That is just too much. 600,000 pieces of Rails, man. That's like 15 chests of Rails per science assembler. Alright, you know what, actually, we are researching red and green science packs. I've got a full belt of steel incoming. For now. This consumes 1.5 steel a second. So I can feed 10 of these on a yellow belt of steel, apparently. So yeah, maybe we will just do 10 then. So a yellow belt of steel is enough to supply steel. We also need a yellow belt of bricks. That's not a lot of bricks. I have 1 red chip a second. Let's first figure out how rail is gonna go. Okay, rail can also eat up 1.5 steel a second. So, alright, this thing eats up 1.37 rails per second. This makes 3 rails per second. I think we can feed 2 science assemblers off of 1 rail assembler. We gotta be using some better swingy things though. 360, 540. This is over 540 degrees a second. So this one should be able to keep up with production of 3 per second. These eat up 1.37 a second. So yeah, I think we got enough with uncommon here. We also need to fork in 1.5 stone, iron and sticks per second. So maybe we can do like this. 3 belts come by. Wait, this one is not reaching. Right. Yeah, so we cannot do that. Then we need to do something like... We can still do something like that. How about... Everything is 1.5. We can use 2 yellow inserters of normal quality. A yellow inserter does 0.83, so that is 1.66. Which is faster than 1.5, so this should be able to keep up rail production at maximum speed. Where do we output science though? Let's do the intake as well. Intake for these as well. So this needs 1.5 steel, 1.5 brick a second. Actually it needs only half because this one needs to if we say this one needs to work at the same speed as this one, this thing will produce 3 times as fast. So maybe, because we will be preparing these resources, maybe I do want to speed this up a bit. How fast can we get this machine? That is pretty much equal. 0.15 and 0.30 in a second. These rare speed modules we can reclaim later on. It will be temporary. Let me just get rid of this. We will just copy the same design like a couple times. This white. Power lines between, so it's going wider. So a full belt. I think we gotta do something similar over here. Full belt of bricks, a full belt of steel, a full belt of red chips as well, if we're going to be sharing that. So this is 0.75 red chips, this 0.65. So in total we need the same amount of red chips compared to steel and bricks. Then we need green chips somehow. If this is the red chip belt, how am I gonna fork in green chips over here? Can just do something like this. That's kinda cursed, but it will work. Red chips, green chips. Keep track of what goes where. And then steel and bricks, doesn't really matter which one is which. Bricks. Rail designs can just be two regular inserters. I don't think so. We need 1.37 rails a second. A regular red inserter does 1.2 items a second, which is less than 1.37, according to the mouse over here. And this one does 0.83 a second, so I would need 2 of them. I think this is fine. We've got these in stock anyway, so we might as well use them. Alright, we need some more inserters down here as well. I guess it doesn't matter, we just need steel, stone and iron sticks. I didn't make iron sticks yet. Will I just bring those in on a belt? I might as well. Or I would have to make an iron stick assembler somewhere over here. And feed that in. This one can feed 2 rail assemblers. If I go productivity in this, which I might. Level 1 productivity though. I'm not going to spend super expensive on iron sticks. We can feed 2 rail assemblers with that, but this is now a unit. Something like so. So I do not really want to... Yeah, I think we'll just produce iron sticks somewhere separate. And just bring that in on a belt. Iron sticks on a belt, everybody's favorite. Stone, steel, iron sticks. Let's bring it in recipe order then. That's another half belt of steel, I suppose then. Is it half a belt of steel? I thought it would be much more. I know, 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 steel, and these also will 1.5 steel. Okay, something is wrong here. Something is wrong. Don't know what. There is a difference between rare productivity 1 module and normal productivity 2. They both have 6% productivity, that's true. But the Mark 1 productivity module comes with a 5% speed penalty, whereas the Mark 2 productivity module comes with a 10% speed penalty. Even if it's gotta have a normal one then to do the comparison. So they both have 6% productivity bonus, but this one comes with 10% speed penalty and more energy consumption compared to this one. So this one is definitely a lot better than this one. Seems weird. They're both 6%, but there is a difference. Okay, let me just real quick. We need 1 electric furnace, which is 10 steel. We need 15 steel worth of rails. So how is it that... Oh wait, yeah, I understand. This thing is 3 times faster than it needs to be. That is why the difference... Okay, no. Everything is alright, everything is alright. Yellow belt of steel here, yellow belt of steel there. We can feed out a red belt of steel. And we reverse this. And we have another yellow belt of steel coming in, I suppose. So we have enough to feed all of this. Red chips, we need only a yellow belt. We get in slightly more than a yellow belt. We can feed out slightly more than a yellow belt here as well. I suppose what we'll have to do is simply remove the fish splitters. Maybe output priority to science. Right, and then we just somehow combine these belts. So we have a full belt, a full yellow belt of red chips outcoming, which we can feed into purple science. That will do. Bricks we can literally just take from down here. This is idle anyway. We got 4 belts coming in, we need 1. It's for the idle military science. So we can borrow that one. Stone. We don't have any stone coming into the base. I suppose we can go back to here, where the walls are created. And perhaps just like leech off some stone. Or we can simply build a stone mine. We already mined up the 2 good patches over here. Except the part which is guarded by the biters, 59k. Which we cannot reach yet. This is finished as well now. I think we've got some stone close by still, but it is in the forbidden area. This as well. This is technically, yeah, this is like an isolated red island surrounded by a sea of green chunks. And if we make them red, they'll stop doing this, which we need them to do. We need them to blink. So the biters don't expand everywhere on the map. I suppose I already wasted a bunch of chunks here by accident. We could just start mining this over here. If I place something in here, these chunks will update as well. So all of this will become dark red. We'll lose like 15 chunks here if I start mining this. And that's going to be irretrievable even after I delete the stone mine again. But maybe it's alright. If I had just decided upon that in the early game, I would have been able to do my green sign stuff straight up to the furnaces instead of belting it like 5 times the distance around. Oh well. What's our other options for stone? There's another... there's like 2 patches in forbidden land over there as well. That one is forbidden. This is hidden. This is literally the 59k that is hidden under the biter base now. We can technically mine this stone. We already wasted this area anyway. We'll lose these 4 chunks here, that's fine. And we can just bring that in over in this corridor over here. That's an option. I think the simplest option really is just take a belt of stone from here and just lead that to signs. It's just stone for rails. It's not even that much. How much do we need in the grand scheme of things for purple signs? We need a total, if we consider the entirety of it, it is like 1.5 million rails, perhaps. And you get 2 rails per stone, so we need 750k stone, less than 1 million stone. It's not nothing, but it's not like the end of the end of it. This will have 2.1 million stone with rare mining drills. I think I should just leech of military signs, really. Alright, we'll leech of military signs. Where are we? I'm over here. We need to go back. There's my base. About over here. Okay, steel, stone we got. Steel, bricks we got. Red chips we got. The remaining things are iron sticks. I'll need a... with 10 science assemblers. We need 10 rail assemblers. No, we need 5 rail assemblers. 5 rail assemblers. Seven and a half. Yeah, that's only half a yellow belt of sticks. I guess we could do 20 science assemblers, really. We would need a full belt of bricks, that's easy. We don't actually need to match the speed. I cannot do a full belt of red chips. I can actually. Yeah, we can feed this out. Plus supplement the feed out with the live production, I suppose. And at some point we'll be able to grab these as well, as this buffer fills up. How's low density? Maybe should expand low density a bit, those stack to only 50. Whereas these stack to 100, so it doesn't really make sense to have the same amount of chests for blue chips as for low densities. And space platforms really doesn't need any chests at all, maybe like a row of wooden chests. So maybe I can delete one of these and just extend this by 1 chest length. Also, this thing is almost full, which will block production. Ah, no, it doesn't. This one will fill up as well. Okay, sidetracks. Focus. I can do it. Hyper focused. Where do I get a red belt of green chips from, though? I would need to set that up separately. We need the standard quality. I got some, but this is like 48k. 48k of red chips. This is 48k of green chip is nothing. That's definitely not enough. How many chips can these things produce? This is just a... I can technically make this a red belt of copper. Do I have any copper that I'm not using? I don't think so. This is red chip copper. Red science copper, green science copper. Red ammo copper, but that is non-existent these days. And very far away. It's like only like half a belt anyway, so that is not really much. I'm not sure where I'm gonna get my green chips from. That would require a separate mine for green chips. That is not great. What if I switch this out for like productivity instead of quality? I'm getting enough quality chips from the red chip setup. This is just a minor inconvenience thing. If I do 2 levels of productivity, this yellow belt of copper will go a long way, I think. Yeah, I cannot get more than a yellow belt of green chips, realistically speaking, with the extra copper I've got available at the moment. It's not really gonna happen. Right, so we'll do 10 science assemblers. Or we'll just out of map mode. Or we'll just slow this thing back down. It will take 3 times longer to make the productivity module. It's not really a problem though. So if I do this, it consumes only 0.25 green chip a second. I can build 20 copies of it and it will eat up only 5 green chips a second. .04 green chips a second times 20 assemblers is 0.8. Right, it's 1. So 8 green chips. This is like half a belt. No, actually we can do that. We can do that. Let's use this setup. We'll do 20. I think we can do that. I do have 1 yellow belt of iron available. I mean, we can just literally take that from the hub. So we have iron to make iron sticks. And all the other stuff is possible to get in the right quantities. Okay, so we can do 20 science assemblers. It was about, what, I forgot the number, 9.2 science per minute or something. If we have 20 assemblers, it's 180 science per minute. So that's 1/5 of the rate of the other science packs. I think that is okay for the 2 techs we want to research. We still have a lot of... I mean, we have 1.5 million of blue science to go to get to the planet. So that 200k purple science, we will be able to build it up in the time frame. Easy. Are we ready to copy? Is everything designed? No, we have not designed power yet. Well, if we use these rare power pools, can we then power that entire island? We kinda can. We will need these as well, but these will be inactive for a while, so let's just rotate them. Alright, I'm not gonna have the recipe unlocked. I think the inserters will... Oh no, they will insert into the machines, even if the recipe is blocked. So yeah, we'll just leave the inserters rotated for now. Okay, that powers the entire top half. That's pretty cool. That leaves that one inserter out of commission. That is annoying. Alright. And then before we copy that, let's check if this actually works. Can I do this? No. We can do this, I suppose. Let's just do it by hand. Brick and red chip. Steel is here as well. One is stone, the other is iron sticks. So I'm just gonna pretend I have the full belts incoming. Just to see if I didn't miss anything. The rail assembler is working all the time. The inserters are barely fast enough. And just barely so. 9, 10. Okay, these are fast enough as well. These are definitely fast enough. They're already idle. In fact, I only need one of them. If I don't go with the fast version. Alright, so if these would be rotated, we would actually be making purple signs. Okay, looks like the setup at least is working. Let's delete it. We don't need it anymore. Fortunately, there exists Control Z. Right. So now it's finished. It's working, it's finished, we can copy it. It's important to test that kind of stuff before you actually start copy-pasting something 20 times, because if you, after you copy-pasted it 20 times and you find a small mistake that you want to change, like this inserter is rotated wrong apparently, you have to change that everywhere. So as such, or you have to delete everything and copy paste it from scratch again. So it's best to take a little bit of time to make sure everything works as you intended to. So now we want 20 assemblers. We got 4, 6, 8, 10. Can we even fit that? And how does this work? Because probably we need to rotate that. Yeah, we don't have space to put like 20 in a line like this. Okay, this setup is a bit bigger than I expected it to be. We can maybe simply flip that. That's probably the easiest way. And then just rotate those around. I think we'll rotate those around a bit further out. so it looks nicer. Okay, I did make a mistake. Some of these belts need to be red. Because now we got 20 furnace assemblers, so that's 30 steel and 30 bricks. So these two belts need to be red. Sucks to be me. Upgrading to red belts is fairly simple though. We do not have the splitters in these belts at least, that's good. This is a yellow belt because it uses only... it will use 8 per second of green chips. It uses 7.5 plus 0.4, 1.15 times 20. Wait, no, we are over. Red chips also needs to be red apparently. Because of the productivity model. So everything basically needs to be red except the green chip belt. Then we probably just upgrade everything to a red belt altogether. Because it does not really matter too much. Actually, rails does not need to be red. I think we have 10 assemblers here. The power line pattern looks nice as well. We got 10 assemblers here. So 15 steel, 15 bricks, 15 sticks. Perfect. That can be yellow. If that's yellow, let's downgrade the green chip belt to yellow as well. That's basically how it's gotta look then. We did it. The basics are there for sign setup. Now we just need to blueprint it and bring it out to the actual game. I suppose with the inserters. Just to see what should connect where. Yeah, that's good enough for now. So we set about 180 SPM, slightly over. Come on. Temporary SPM, of course. It's very temporary. This probably will not stay in my base for forever. Right? Where do I want this in my base? I think actually here is not such a bad location in this general area. Since we've got the steel belt coming in here, stone is coming in here, red chips come from up here so they can be easily fed down. We need to make iron sticks still, we'll do that in the game, that's gonna be easy and small. And green chips just gonna come from here, I suppose, somehow. We have to reactivate this without the Johnnies getting angry. We can probably feed out these green chips as well. We're gonna switch on these furnaces, which I suppose is okay. Somewhere over there. It's fine. Do I want to keep it like equidistant? I would have to move it like 4 tiles further to the left. 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's a temporary setup, so it's extremely important that it looks nice, the base. We do keep some space available to route stuff around this way as well, which is kind of nice. We do have 7 bells of resources incoming from somewhere over here though. Stone is gonna come from down here as well. Something like so, stone. Steel is gonna come from up there. Red chips. Stone bricks are gonna come from here. It's kind of a mix. Iron. We'll do that from the platform, so that comes over there as well. Green chips will come from up here. I think it's a decent mix. We don't really need to worry about overcrowding the area. So let me actually... I need to... I want to make this with an absolute grid size. So if I flop this to the absolute grid, it will snap into place right there. It will be offset correctly. So I can actually build it in the same location in the base. Temporary SPM. Temporary purple signs, I suppose. Temporary build. I don't know. That means, that was the crux of the question. We're gonna need 40 rare productivity modules each. That is 160 rare Mark 1 productivities and 200 rare blue chips. Ouch! Do I even have 200 rare blue chips? Or do I already need to make those? We have 200 rare blue chips. That's basically all my rare blue chips. Just realized I can use the same method. I now use 20 assemblers. If I use 26, does it even fit? It doesn't fit. Okay. With 26 I could have used the same method, just make more science assemblers. I think we'll just need to increase storage in the chests a bit. For 26. 2000 per chest. Divided by 20, multiplied by 26. Okay, 2600 per chest. We fit 2400 per chest, so we should upgrade to uncommon chests, I suppose, to fit enough products for elevated railways. Alright, I think we know what we need to know. Let's stop wasting time and start progressing time in the game again. That took about 45 minutes of development time. But it is much easier to, and much more visual as well, to design builds in edit mode compared to just by hand. So I don't want to waste time, so let's waste some time. I will read through chat a bit because I'm sorry, I've been ignoring you too much again. Getting distracted in the builds. And watch the base a bit. I like this base, man. It's such a weird base compared to any normal. Where's your output belt? Yeah. I guess we can of course design that in the real game, so we won't be wasting time on research progress. That is why I didn't design an output belt, of course. I think we'll find a way. We'll always find a way. I mean, where is the knot? There's always a way to belt out some stuff, no matter how many belts you build. That is not true. You can definitely belt yourself into a corner, but it has got to get way worse before we belt ourselves into a corner. On that purple sign setup, I think. We literally have to play 4D Factorio chess. If you introduce an extra dimension, there suddenly are way more opportunities to get out of your spaghetti knot. Yeah, the patch is too small to give up 15 chunks. That stone patch. I think so too. It's only gonna be used for temporary purple signs, and then I'll have the red chunks there for the rest of the game. That's 45 minutes, you cook dinner, alright. His face is gonna turn as red as those bells when he finds out he forgot the output inserter. Yeah, okay, I did forget the output. People have been telling me about the output basically for the entire time that I forgot. Welcome back, there are mistakes. Yeah, the 10k command refers to the mods used for the Factorio 1.1. It's an old one. Someone should update the mod commands at this point. That should probably be me. I gotta get up and stretch. That's a good point. Well, we got the design now. So the first half. First half of the work is done, the important half. Now we just gotta build it. And the belt plumbing. Good save, good save. That sound is coffee pouring into my cup. It's not what you think it is. If it's hearable. If it's audible, I should say. Belt rail weave. I think we gotta at some point integrate the maximum amount of weaving possible. All colors of belts. A pipe. Actually, that already doesn't. That it does work. And then some, and then some rails over and under. And just see how many different types of stuff we can get in in a single tile. That sounds like something to get sidetracked by, so I'm not gonna do that now. A really weird base, building a mega base without beacons and modules for the longest time. I have to say the quality really helps a lot. The quality assemblers, just needing like 1/3 less assemblers, which basically means you need 1/3 less super expensive modules. This is not obtainable in a normal run at this point. Do not copy my quality setup for a normal run. This only works because I have 1000 times science cost, so I'm literally mining 1000 times the resources, so I get 1000 times as much quality stuff as well. And still, over the course of this game, after researching Rocket Silo, I barely possess like 1 chest of red chips and 1 chest of green chips at this point, so this is not a great way. This is not the way to do quality in a normal setup. Please ignore quality until you're on Fulgora with Mark II quality modules and recyclers. That is probably the first point where you want to maybe start dabbling in quality a little bit, but this is not the way. Alright, what do we do now? What is this? This is a link, I should probably not delete it. We should probably at least gather some materials from the blueprint we just made. Like the simple stuff. Belts. Red belts. Outer red belts. No, I'm not. I have a mole. I'm not out of red bells. I have a mole like a normal person. Need some more red bells to also hook up the inputs and whatnot. Do we have undergrounds in there? Not really. Yeah, we do. 120. No, not really any significant amount of yellows splitters and undergrounds. Thanks Zinc5 for the 11 months. Where are you streaming from today? From the comfort of my home, not from the van. Connections are a bit more stable from the home compared to when I stream in the van. And I don't need to worry about my battery bank running out, so I can get sidetracked as much as I want. 100 of these. Okay, I suppose I don't have them in infinite supply. I was gonna say 100 of those inserters. Let's just upgrade 100 of these. What do they need? Like half a stack of iron and half a stack of gears. That's not a lot. Alright, so those will be done in an instant. The most expensive thing we need is 40 blue assemblers. I think I copied it with the wrong modules still. These all have the wrong modules. Let's delete those. Just need more efficiencies then. But we'll take care about the modules in a bit. That's gonna be its own separate crafting thing. Question is, should I just make a bunch of hair assemblers at this point? Or do I keep fiddling about with making the exact amount I want every time? It is rare quality stuff, man. It's just very expensive. So I'm probably just going to tailor make them on demand as we figure out builds which we want to achieve with them. That's 40 of them. Okay, more steel. Okay, that's the assemblers, so we can at least build it. We need some super lucky power poles. Do I even have those? I should not be spending too many of them when I don't really need them, but they're fun. We can make these basically on demand. The rare thing we've got for here, we cannot make... so we can make these just by using rare base elements and just making them on demand. We cannot do that for these because these require wood and I have no way to get uncommon or rare wood at this point. So the only way I can get these is by gambling, making normal quality in here and just hoping for rare results, which is how we got these so far. That's also how we got all of these, so that, yeah, no, not great. 200 normal inserters. Chests. I think I kind of got most of the things now. So let's head on over. I think I can afford to build this for my roboport. It's going to be a bit... we can do that the smart way again. Oh yeah, I didn't... I think these trees are... It's just gonna have to go, man. Where is the build? It's going to be located there. Right, so that means all of these trees will have to go. Ouch. Well. Okay, we don't want to give the command apparently. Build per C. My roll port is on. Let's switch it off. We want to paste it here. Just also want to delete all the remaining trees which survive in the build, because that looks dumb. Is this a nice tree? That tree can stay. Let's take that one as well. I suppose the rest can stay for now. Alright. Then we gotta build this the smart way. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. Why not rush to Vulcanus? Yeah, this is rushing. We are kinda rushing. Actually, no, we are not rushing as hard as possible anymore. Now we're just gonna control Z build and control the distance my bots fly out that way, instead of having them fly out all the way over there to build some stuff and then run out of energy. Just gonna do this. And they'll just only build this section for now. That should keep my battery a little bit more full. In fact, no single bot charged up, so that is great. It's not gonna cost me any power for my armor at all, because the bots don't fly out far enough to think they have consumed any power. Why don't you use a base bot network? Because I haven't set it up just yet. It's not going to be that useful for me at this point. I didn't bring enough normal assemblers, apparently. Because you don't simply set up a base bot network, then you also got to set up a mall which has every single item in it. I just don't have space for that really at the moment. I also don't have access to logistic networks, so I cannot do request or chest business, so it all has to be like a belt-based mall. I'm limited so this outline here is my base size. I am limited to building inside this area. As you can see, it starts to get pretty full now. Okay, last tidbit. This method works quite well actually. I don't mind it at all. Also, I feel this is something more personal, I suppose. But I feel as once you set up your bot stuff, you are kinda less connected to what you're doing. You basically give a command and then forget about it, and don't really like keep track of the things you do in an emotional kind of way. It's a little bit of a weird way to describe it. I don't know how else to do it, but I feel as long as you're doing the stuff yourself, you're way more like invested into your base somehow. So we were originally rushing to get off of the planet, but we kind of changed course after we realized we can laser boss the biters. And do this kind of thing, even in the behemoth biter era with some upgraded laser turrets. So now we are actually securing Norvis, making sure we don't lose it, and making sure we keep having access to resources even after we escape to a different planet. So we are still rushing, kinda, but not like super ultra hard beeline as I was originally intending to do, sacrificing anything we did on Norvis in the process, as the planet would not survive during our absence. Now we're kinda gonna keep it. Right, we needed a couple extra assemblers. think the rest it was only modules which we needed, which we'll have to hand make. That's going to be expensive. Also, I've got these Johnnies in the base. They do not cooperate well with a logistics network, especially not with a slow-moving one like the ones I have. Okay, we are at 144k iron in here. I think we want to start using it again. No, we don't. We're going to make iron stick production in addition to whatever is feeding out here right now. Yeah, we cannot get rid of the Johnnies just to have something useful like a bot network. That cannot... blasphemy. How are we gonna connect this power? More rare power lines. They are kind of funny. I didn't take any more though. Right, so what are we missing? 40 modules and those 2 power lines we just placed. So I suppose we're gonna spend all of the blue chips, all of the rare blue chips we made so far, approximately. All of my processing units have been made by using with quality modules inside, the best quality modules I have. We've gotten 2 stacks of the things and a little bit, while producing over like 78,000 processing units so far in the game to launch our rockets. So yeah, not a great way to get your stuff early on. This only works when you have a stupid high science multiplier. At least it's I suppose it's one of the advantages. I should frame this more positively. It's one of the many advantages of playing with a 1000 times science cost multiplier is obviously that you get access to way more quality materials because you're mining more resources. Your base is 1000 times cheaper compared to science progress, and yeah, it's basically a lot easier. We're playing 1 over 1000 times base cost playthrough. So yeah, obviously it's going well, as there's no difficulty whatsoever. Oh man, this is gonna hurt. 40 modules, is that really? 40 times 5 is really 200 blue chips right there. Ouch, ouch. 80% of my blue chips gone. Oh man. That's hurting a little bit. Half of the... oh yeah, the efficiency modules and the port mod assemblers. I forgot about those. Let's throw a couple stacks in here, so I try to remember. Now we gotta make those hyper mega turbo expensive productivity modules. I'm not looking forward to this really. Alright. We need 40 of them. Wow. It physically hurts me to put these blue chips inside here. I guess this is the reason why we are making the quality modules in the first place. I mean, there's no point in just stuffing it into chests like I've been doing. We gotta use it. 40 times 4, we need 160 Mark 1 productivities of rare quality. That means 800 red and green chips. Right? 160 times 5, 800 here. And we again dropped below a chest of red chips. And that is just for 40 modules for purple science, man. Ooh, expensive. Alright, that kind of does it. I was kind of thinking I wanted to upgrade the modules in these things to rare productivity 2 as well, as the productivity bonus also applies to the asteroid byproduct, so you get more, you get 18% more byproducts as well. In addition to the iron ore, so they are extra useful in here. But you know what? I think I can live without that, without a few hundred iron, and not spend another bunch of resources on that. Right, let's wait for the 5th one, and then I can start off these things. After purple is done, the temporary setup will definitely get deconstructed, so we can use them somewhere else. Indeed, that's the way to look at it. Okay, we're 157k iron now. Okay, we have space in here. Let's use it. We have 200,000k of space in here. Okay, I gotta start using some of it though. If I'm not using it, if the platforms back up, it's basically a waste. Where is that splitter? Oh yeah, I know what's happening. This is idle. We're not using engines right now. We're not making engines. So we are not spending. We are not spending iron at all on engines at the moment. The next technology is a blue technology again, and we are kinda almost finished with this, so engines will switch on again. And then we will figure out if oil processing is actually taking too much power or not. I've got those 2 blue power poles as well. This is looking kind of stable at the moment. See if we can see the effect of the productivity modules. Looking at the creation of petroleum gas, we actually went up to 32.7. We are consuming 32.7. We are producing 32.2. So we are still at a deficit. Although we are higher than we were without productivity modules. Maybe I gotta just bump these up to rares as well. This is just rare Mark 1s. That is not too expensive. How many are in here anyway? 141. I don't think I got those. Got none in stock, I think. I got none in stock. I'll do that. 141 times 5. Means we need another 705 rare things. Something like that. That goes in a separate line. Let's do the 105 first. Alright, these are done. That should finish up my rare Mark II productivity modules. Oh man. Let's grab those. And then we can hook up the build. Check how it's going. Yeah, much better. That's gonna hold out a while. Plastics we are doing as well now. It's power. Power is very good. Alright, let's head over there. What is the max I can do in here? I got how many slots? 4k of iron. We can do 195. Just fill it up to the maximum. Then there's 10 slots left. I think we're not going to be ready in time here. Let's power this up. We haven't got railway researched. We haven't got purple signs researched. So we have some time to put the modules in there. We gotta put these in the pot mods. Looks like half of them were there. Rail assemblers seem to be having them all. Alright. Now it's just a matter of feeding in the belts. We cannot actually produce rails. Okay, we're not going to be making iron sticks just yet a lot, because we are not going to be producing rails, because we don't have buffer chests for rails. Rails is just going to be live production. Yeah, the biggest problem is going to be green chips. I think I want to fix that first. No, let's just get the easy belts in there first, so we can feel like we have some progress. Which means red chips. Actually, we cannot make purple signs while we are also doing signs, I think. Blue signs. Because then part of this needs to go to signs. We'll only have a little bit left over. These can feed out a half belt each. It might be just enough. Let's have a quick calculate this. 115 times 20, we need 23 a second. No, that's too much. That's too much. We gotta downgrade these. Then we need 1 times 20. That's already a lot. Alright, so 20 red chips a second is 1 1/3 of a yellow belt. We can feed out 1.5 yellow belts from here, but we also need a little bit to aid towards signs. Let's see how much this went up during railway. Not too much actually. We are only at 190k red chips. How many did we need? 200k. So we are right about approximately there to do beacons. It would probably benefit me if we research something else as well, which does not include blue signs. This technology would be very useful to have for spaceflight, the damage tree. It kinda tips the balance over in where we can get enough iron from the asteroids to keep replacing our bullets, because at damage 2 we are wasting more bullets than we can turn back into. We are wasting more bullets on shooting all the asteroids than we get in return, because we just need too many bullets per asteroid. The equation is negative. It's a death spiral where we just run out of ammo and die. If we get this one though, we can kind of flip that around. But we're gonna do the human thing. The human thing says I want bigger inventory now. It's been long enough. It's been long enough. We need to save up more chips. I need that chip output. So the idea is, I want all of these assemblers to be active all at the same time. I don't want that the first like 8 assemblers are working, but then no red chips get through. And then once these have filled up their chests completely, now all these red chips are not going to be used by those 8 assemblers anymore. And then only then these last couple ones get to start filling their chests. That is what I want to prevent. So I want to be sure I can feed out those 20 chips a second. So all of these productivity module assemblers are gonna remain active. It's gonna be 20 assemblers. So yeah, I do need to downgrade all of these so they are slower. They are too fast at the moment. I cannot feed out enough red chips to keep all these fast assemblers busy, and I would rather have them all producing at the same time. So there we go. Right. Let's start connecting, I suppose. Let's start connecting. We'll first pick up those modules, and then I will tell you why I do not have a bot network in my base. Because just imagine, right? I just make these modules right here, and then a bot picks up these modules to insert them in those machines. It's this way. The bot flies over the Johnnies. The bots get shot down, and my productivity modules will be destroyed. RIP rare productivity module Mark IIs. So yeah, it's either a bot network or the Johnnies. I just cannot afford to have both. Why do we even have worms there? That is an excellent question. There is no good answer to that question. A long time ago, when I started making Factorio videos in the Ribbon World Tightrope, that was the first playthrough where I kept one of them alive, Little Johnny. And since that playthrough, I've been cursed to at least keep one base worm around and feed him. Yeah, make no mistakes, not every worm can be a Johnny. Like, all the worms in these nests definitely were not Johnnies, they gotta go. It can only be a Johnny if it's like an isolated worm which is not protecting a biter nest, just biding his time, enjoying his life in the forest, you know. Those guys didn't do nothing wrong. Those can stay. I mean, kinda gotta build our walls as well. We cannot like ignore the bots. We cannot ignore our needs as well, so gotta build our way past them. But no, the isolated ones, they didn't do nothing wrong. They just exist. They're not aggressive. They just like to play around a bit too much. Just know, hey, dodge this bot, and they don't really realize what they're doing. So we cannot really be too angry about that. Let's check how the quality thing is going. Okay, quality is no longer backed up, which is great, but I suppose our chest will be filling up again, so we gotta kind of keep an eye on that. I would set up an alarm there if I had researched circuit network, but I didn't. Okay, this is actually gonna be funny. All the recipe markers will probably disappear at the moment we research railway. The middle ones. Mostly harmless, yeah, exactly. Years and years of getting stuck on that stupid planet just for 2 words in the Hitchhiker's Guide. Alright, that is one of the 2 recipes we need unlocked. We can now officially make rails. We cannot make a rail network though. Come to think of it. Train stops cost 200,000 signs, man. But we only need train stops in combination with elevated rails for Fulgora once we start really building out there. I kind of think we can do without for our first visit. We'll figure out in the second part of the stream though, after the F1 race. We're gonna take a tiny break from building the base, and we're just going to explore what it will actually take to set up 1000 signs per minute on the other planets. Because I kind of don't know how to go forward too well at this point. Which planet should I go to first? Fulgora, Vulcanus, you know. Let's just experiment a little bit. What does it take to set up 1k SPM on each planet? And is it actually useful to try and make a quality setup on Fulgora ahead of time before doing the science stuff? Because we get all the expensive things, we get them for free. It's probably should be way easier to just get rare quality processing units if I can just mine scrap with quality miners and process it in recyclers with quality modules. There's already two free steps to upcycle a piece of scrap into like a rare blue processing unit, right? And here it is just costing me everything it costs me to make those things. And then I spend them on a temporary setup for purple signs. So yeah, is it actually viable to make an early quality gambling setup on Fulgora? And if so, what can we get out of that? Alright. Red chip belt. So blue signs remains idle. We will keep building up red chips over here. I think we're doing about 1300 red chips a minute, and this tech is costing us an hour and 40 minutes. Basically 100 minutes. So we should get 130,000 extra chips in here, which is plenty enough to make the beacons technology work. And then we still have 100k left over to supplement the tiny amount we're missing for the next blue science projects after that. So probably good to do another technology right now. Let's first try to design this before we do these splitter things. We kind of want another 3-to-1 splitter over here. Got a 3-to-1 splitter over here. Not really, but it works. It's a weird version of the splitter. 3-to-1 splitter is basically just this. And hook that back into the output. No, I need a... That's not what I need. I need the other way. Actually, I don't know how that works. That's probably more complicated. It's not simply this, is it? Is it the same? Oh, it is this. I think it is this. We will be able to see that for a bit, but we do need to upgrade to red over here. This will work, right? We have exactly enough space to pull that off, apparently. Where do we want to come down with our belt, though? Since we gotta think about how everything looks. This will we have to go on this pipe. We go on this pipe here. No, we'll stay on this side. Just hug it against the pipe here. Should be working. Yeah, I think so too. Feels like it is kinda right. We can just visually observe it for a little bit. So we want to change it to output priority to science. Like so. This is so I can just copy that on top real quick. How are we gonna go down? Gotta respect the science lines. Cool is coming out here. Gotta switch to red belts now. I think coal just needs to take a hike here. Oh, this is actually... We're gonna just go out here. Yeah, I do not want to aid my red chip belt with the live production. That was the point of slowing down the productivity module assemblers, because when we're researching blue science, there's nothing is going to be flowing here. Everything is going to be flowing to blue science. We shouldn't rely on that. I mean, what is this? This is a very normal sulfuric acid setup. I think we're just gonna like sneak by the end of it here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And here's we got a jumbled mess anyway of undergrounds. It's like rocket parts is no longer getting the full belt. I don't really care, to be honest. Why is this not an underground? Then we can make our way through it. Turn. Alright, there we come out then. Okay, we're not researching blue technology. I think iron is gonna back up then. 186k. We're running out of space. I think it's still okay though, because we're not gonna... Basically what's gonna happen is the furnaces stop working, but the asteroids will still keep coming in. We can back up a good deal of asteroids before we start throwing them overboard. So we are not in the biggest of hurries just yet. Maybe I should just set up a steel smelting setup real quick, just to spend this iron, because it's free iron from space. I'm gonna need the steel anyway. Yeah, let's just do that. That's real simple. We can literally just grab this iron smeltery from somewhere down here. And smelt steel from there temporarily. That could replace those 2 belts we are not using right now. We can just feed that steel in that line over there actually. So that's something. Definitely want to keep using my free steel, free iron from space. Alright, what are we missing? The furnaces and power lines and the modules. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. And then we simply put it up in here. A bit annoying. I'm gonna go under the part first. I could also mix that in with the steel towards purple science, but let's first get this up before this fills up completely. We're at 189k now. Free iron in Factorio. Yeah, the dream is a reality now in Space Age. These are done as well for oil. We should go into those as well. I am multitasking way too much again. 48 furnaces, 96 modules. Right. Another temporary setup. This stream is full of temporary setups. Temporary steel to spend space iron. I forgot power lines, didn't I? Do I have wood? I don't. Right. Nothing out of the ordinary here. At least I get to spend some of my power lines. Yep. Zip back. Yeah, we got visible planets in space mod. Should be a part of the base game. So you see the planet in the background. Kinda makes sense, right? When you have a platform hovering and you got an international space station, you can see the Earth. You can see that it's flat and it's being held up by turtles all the way down. Turtles go like literally down there on the backside of the planet, so we cannot see those. But they're there. Where do I connect the power? A sneaky line. In here? Perhaps. Okay, okay. We did it. The inventory is not full. We are spending the iron. Is it working though? Or did I mess something up? Let's see. Okay, I'm not making quality steel out of here, just regular steel. It's just a temporary setup. I should be a bit careful with power as well. It's not an issue right now because we're researching red and green signs only, but we don't have infinite power. Alright, so we got a steel belt coming down here, I suppose. It's this one actually. Okay, that's gotta be a bit earlier. Actually gonna be on this line then. Can I go down on this line? I cannot because both belts are red, so I cannot belt weave my way out of that. I don't have a dual... Yeah, we're gonna have to rotate this belt around. And this is not good. Science has to have priority, so I basically have to flip this around yet again. It's gonna be nice and horrible. Too horrible even. Okay, does that make any sense? Probably not. But for now this steel can then flow onto this belt. So we can, that steel actually will flow onto this belt then now. It goes like this, it comes back and goes over here. Alright, that's good. This belt is going to be red chips. It's two of the belts. I think we can switch that on then and just see how if this 1 to 3 splitter thing works here. Yeah, so the splitters. That should be instant, the bots don't need to do anything here. There we go. Let's see. Oh wait, they're all on the same. Yeah, wait, this is not fast enough. I need to put it on both sides of the belt. Okay, that is flawed. I'm reloading because I want to see if it works. So this is gonna lay on the bottom side of the belt. So basically want to do this, that balances it out. Same here. That balances it out, and this one doesn't have space to do that here. It's nice glibber music on the background. I think that should do it then. It's a little bit less scenic, but so be it. Another attempt. That's better. That should... it's not going to be a full red belt, but it's going to be 20 a second for sure. Right, we got 6 chips on the belt. We're gonna do some weird mathematics. 6 chips on this belt. It means the belt is 3/4 full. Which means the belt is transporting 3/4 of 30 items a second. Which is 22.5 items a second. Alright. I think that is... it exceeds 20 a second, which is what we were aiming for. Another way we can maybe calculate it is doing 24 times the inserter rotation speed. 24 times 393 divided by 360, which is a rotation. They should be able to output 26.2 items a second, all combined. A little bit of that is going to go towards supplementing signs though, so I think it's not over a quarter or something. So I think we're good. I think we can, we have it. I think I should be working on green chips next though, because then we can get started on the productivity modules, because these machines need to run 3 times as long as these machines to make the 2000 required items. So yeah, let's just hook this up then. What else is gonna come from here? Iron sticks. Green circuits has to come somehow this way. I think green circuits will come from below. Green circuits comes from below. Stone comes from below. And the bricks. Sticks will come from somewhere up here. Steel, of course, we already have that on the belt. And red chips we have on the belt right now. That's all right. 7, yes, we have 7 inserters here, 3 here, 3 here, but steel is on both sides, so that is all. 3 belts from the north, 3 from the south. So only sticks is going to be joining these belts over here. Should I just go think we'll just keep it as space efficient as can be. Does this work? It does work, alright. This did not always work, but looks like that's fixed. Okay, where are we now? Alright, so red chips needs to go in here, and steel needs to go in here or here. Looks like steel is gonna go in there, because that's just how it turns out that this is hooked up. So zip, zip. These are the first two bells. There, we got something. We did something today. Look, progress. Nice. Hey man, love the YouTube vids. Been watching since midway through Ultimate Death World. Thanks. One of the craziest winnable challenges I've ever seen. Hopefully this is the playthrough that's gonna trump that one. I do think the Ultimate Death World has been my greatest playthrough so far. All the ones after that haven't been able to overshadow that one. But this one might just take the cake once it's all done. Yeah, getting the achievement is the goal. I every time forget to pin it, because when I film stuff for the video, I just get rid of the clutter. But we are still on pace to get that. Okay, is the hub surviving 192k. And we should keep an eye on that. If that goes up still, then we should maybe just build another one of these. Free steel from space, why not? We have exactly got space because I definitely planned out that this would exactly fit. But we got enough steel already to do our first research, but of course, if we want another space platform, we're gonna need another 300,000 steel to build that, so definitely won't hurt to keep stashing steel. We gotta get these guys up and going, so let's work on green chips next. I'm not entirely sure if I have the some space. Not a great deal though. So I want to use this. Theoretically, 1.34 a second is not happening because of the insert speed. This is going to make 1.2 chip a second probably. If all of them are active, we've got 12 of those. Is that enough? I don't think so. That's 14.4. How many do I need? Oh no, it's enough. I need only like half a belt of green chips. We've got 20 times a quarter. We need 5. We need 5 green chips a second. I might actually even just keep the quality modules in there then. More green chip quality green chips would not be a bad plan. We just need to feed these out with priority to go somewhere else. Alright, we did stash. We're going to need I'm not gonna go up there. Have that. Let's just try something. Maybe we'll get rid of this storage here. This does not need to come this way anymore then. It will be a little bit neater. Actually it will, because we need to filter out the quality modules. And the quality chips, I suppose. Quality goes here. Same for here, I suppose. If it's symmetric, it should look like this. How can we can belt weave that out of here, can we not? Alright, we have to switch quality around. Quality goes this way, normal quality. That doesn't feed. Well, if we swap red and green. I don't like that this is under my rocket silo though. Let's not do that. It's under my rocket silo. That's annoying. Just make this symmetric. Comes out here. Let's go in here. I guess then this comes out here as well. And this should go in the chassis. So we do want to flip this then. So this can just simply bump in there. That should be fine. Then we can just put it in all the chests like so. The quality stuff. And these just have to go out to the right. This line. That's not the best setup, but do get it out of there. Alright. And we can actually just split this together because they're on opposite sides of the belt, so they won't block each other. It looks a little bit cursed as well. Just moving that over a bit. Alright, that's green chips. How are we gonna support green chips though? You know, we might actually support green chips with iron from space, you know, instead of iron from this furnace stack. That would be a good idea. Are we not already doing that? Where is it coming from? It's coming from this splitter over here. So we are not doing that. What we need to be doing is we need to draw it from this belt over here. So some more cursed stuff is incoming here. Yeah, okay, so we do want this to go towards green science first. That means we do want to stop using it for red signs again. Stop using this for red signs. Now this belt will stutter. So definitely researching the logistics too turns out to have not been a mistake. It's actually quite useful. And this can be a yellow belt, I suppose. Let's just keep it red. Alright, so something like this, and then we just input priority from... Alright, that is great. So now we are prioritizing iron from space. If it's not used for green signs, it goes up here. And if we are using stuff from the base, this stack will actually supplement green chips over here. So it will work. That will work. Where's copper coming from though? Copper will just have to produce the hard way. I hope we have enough. Not entirely sure we do, but we'll find out pretty soon. If not, we'll borrow copper from rocket production, because the time that we needed rocket production to keep up is okay. Iron plates could go on the iron ore belt. Oh yeah, I forget about that all the time. Fish splitter to the rescue. Thanks, that could have been bad. Let's do that. Alright, nothing happened just yet, so, but thanks for the warning. That I always forget it when I make these compact setups. It has bitten me in the behind before. For now, these chests actually should move backwards. No, 5 chests apparently. These were qualities. Now all of these are going to be qualities. So that should be okay. If there comes quality, it's first going to go in there. So let's just roll everything. This chest for now. Right. So this will switch on again. We've got our belt of green chips then. We can bring that out. How though? I think it's gonna go past here. Oh yeah, that perfectly covers up this pipe as well. It's gonna be out of. We're gonna be out of stuff soon. Green chips has to go up all the way to this line. Okay, so ideally it comes up like somewhere over here then. And maybe we can throw stone and steel or something, or one of the other things, some of the other things on this line. It's gonna be a bit cursed, but we'll see. Okay, that should be green chips, and that should be productivity modules starting to get produced. 0.05, I think that's actually correct. We'll be producing 1 productivity module a second from these 20 assemblers. And we need 20,000 seconds to produce enough productivity modules. 20,000. That's 5 hours, 5.5 hours basically of productivity module production. Which is fine. We will insert some other technology in there, either laser damage 3 or something. That's all I got though, so let's do it. Prod mod prod start. Productivity module production start. 5 hours 55, or like 5.5 hours something to complete. Almost ready for trains. There's not gonna be trains on Norvies though, don't get too excited. Why not? Keep it semi-compact and confusing for future Mike. Why is there no decorative pipe here? That's rule number 1. There always should be a decorative pipe at the end of one of these setups. Simply not possible. Build a setup without. Let's back up the green chips. Now let's hope that all the mathematics comes out. That this indeed does produce fast enough. And that this indeed doesn't consume 2 times or 10 times as much as I think. Right. That marker can go there. Let's also move these back a bit. We got a split steel actually, I forgot about that. All steel belt has got to go here. How about the locomotive, which just around and around like in the 10k SPM base? Dangerous though. I know I didn't have the mech armor in the 10k SPM base because the mech armor didn't exist when we did the 10k SPM base. And this should actually be exactly 15 a minute. So we can just do 2 yellow belts at this point. Or what? No, it has to be a red belt. So the point of this is I am first making all the furnaces. That should be 3 times faster though, not 5 hours. That should be just like 1.5 hours, 2 hours or so to make all the furnaces. And then I can spend the red belt on rails. So we are producing it in steps. First we produce all the furnaces with the red belt of steel. Then we produce, once we unlock purple signs, we stop producing these because we have got them stashed in the chests. This belt will be cut and we will be using the belt for rail production instead. That is the idea. This could use some lights, I suppose. Like a big light in the middle. Is that enough light? We gotta make a petition for quality lights to have a bigger enlightenment area. It doesn't quite do the trick, does it? Maybe more like that. I didn't realize that that would fit. This is rotated, not flipped, so it should be okay. Okay, light switch off. Yeah, that's better. Quality lights should be lighter lights, yes, exactly. I'm not going Gleba first. There's nothing for me on Gleba which I can simply unlock. Like stuff like Biolabs requires... Biolabs is the greatest thing from Gleba. But it requires like 1,000,000 yellow signs. Which I don't have. And a million purple signs which I don't have. So there's gotta be some in-between steps before we can unlock Biolabs from Gleba. For the rest, we don't really need anything specifically from Gleba at the moment, I don't think. I mean, it's like progression. There's a lot of progression stuff on Gleba, but we're not quite at that point yet where we can do anything with that. Space copper, yeah, but just like I just said, advanced asteroid. Advanced asteroid processing. There's 2 million yellow and purple signs and 2 million Gleben signs packs. So that is not gonna happen anytime soon. There's just... This technology is like... By itself is like... At least... I don't know exactly how many times. Somewhere between 5 and 10 times as expensive as my entire playthrough up to this point so far. So... That is just... It's just not gonna happen anytime soon. That would mean like 2,400 hours of doing stuff with this size base. So no, not in the cards just yet. Now this does not fit on this line anymore because somebody made this over here. So we gotta do. I want this line. Go this way then. Can I even? Yes, we can. Then it can do this. And this can do this. And we can just turn. Now, did that matter? No, it didn't. Alright, productivity modules. Step 1 of the Great Purple Science program. To get ourselves some beacons and potentially elevated railways. Look at that beautiful splitter, just putting it into range of this inserter. Looks like this inserter also doesn't need to be quality anymore. I'll just keep it the quality inserter. No, we won't. Yes, I will, because I already know I will upgrade this to speed modules again in the future. And the fast assemblers, and then I will forget about the inserters and I will still be limited. So this should go all the way around easily. We're gonna of course buffer up some circuits in here. Yeah, I cannot go to Gleba with the current enemies. There does seem to be a method to basically cheese the entire expansion system on Gleba as well. I'm still not sure how I will be dealing with the attacks though, because if we're gonna have to produce more than 1000 signs per minute because of agricultural waste, the waste stuff, we're gonna need like 1,500 signs packs on Gleba per minute. That's gonna probably create a intense amount of the local pollution, which we at least gotta defend against, which breaks the no base defense rule, which implies we first gotta unlock artillery, bomb that one fighter base we got up here in the lake somewhere, the traitors. Then we are free to use artillery on Gleba as well, which is I think my preferred way to go forward. It does appear that not all the chips are consumed, so I think I'm in the clear here in terms of green chip production at least. Alright. That's great news. Actually, it was also great news. Wait a second. Obsolete no longer. I made 1,000 productivity modules for the labs now. And with quality, there's always a use for normal quality efficiency modules, right? In the miners you get minus 80% with normal ones. These reach minus 78%, which is like 2% from the minimum with uncommon ones. There is use for those. There's just no use anymore to use these productivity modules at all. If you can just unlock better ones, and you have the resources to make them, of course. But we've got infinite supplies of uncommon materials, so these, there is never a reason to use those anymore. I just put 22 of them in the obsolete chest. We'll bring the rest out to the purple sign setup, which means each of those assemblers will need to produce slightly less, 2 stacks less of those. This is hooked up to stop working at 2k, so we simply can distribute those over the chest, and we will have repurposed those. Right, that's going. That was priority number 1, to get this going. We're not producing a full belt of chips, that's okay. We need only like 5 a second or something. Still, I would like this to look better. I think I'm just gonna hide a sneaky splitter in there. So now we just have bricks, stone, and sticks. We need to make sticks. All of that's gonna come from the bottom, except, no, sticks is gonna come from the top. Sticks is gonna come from the top. I think it's time to go do the oil upgrade now. We've got, the timer is going. Now we have like 2 hours time to start electric furnaces, so it will be ready at the same time like productivity modules, so that should be okay. Base, you don't need to defend just the tree farms. Yeah, those are the kind of technicalities that lawyers thrive on, isn't it? Yeah, we're still losing petroleum gas overall. It's now, it was at 1.4, it's at 1.3. We should have an hour of fluid production now kind of flat. 32.7, production 32.3. I think this is actually going to shift the balance. Let's first check. This is not full. This is not full, so these are fast enough at the moment. Oil upgrade. Turn the tide oil upgrade. And I think this should allow us to produce fast enough again. If not, I can always make rare quality things over here. Actually, these are all uncommon, and I did add uncommon, right? The lubricant is normal. Okay. Too much information, not enough sentences finished. Let's upgrade these. And that should hopefully boost oil production by enough that we're now in the net positive again. Although it's probably just, it would be a good idea to just make rare quality ones at some point. I don't need these tanks to be full though. I was gonna say they will fill up when I do. I do need this to be faster. We do need this to be faster because when we are doing blue signs, sulfur will run as well. So red chip production keeps going at all times, but sulfur is blocked. So when we start researching blue again, oil reserves will continue to go down. I probably should actually upgrade all of this to rare quality. 20 refineries and 27 chemical plants. Either that or I build more of them. I mean, people say a lot of stuff without actually knowing. So just because one guy in chat said aircrafts do not count, I'm not just going to assume that they don't count. And I'm not going to base my entire strategy around that. I mean, it's an enemy structure. It makes, from the description, it makes sense that it would count, right? If we just look at the Factoriopedia enemies. It doesn't actually say like enemy structure, but this isn't. It looks like it's just another enemy structure, an aircraft. It does not say in the description that it does not count like an enemy structure. Which could be some information they could have included, since it would be very important for this achievement. Actually, no, it wouldn't, because you just go to Vulcanus and then you have artillery and then the achievement is gotten. You get the achievement. But I don't really... wait, small aircraft. Entity. Is there anything in here? There's nothing in here. In terms of information for it not counting towards the achievement. Is there like something in the achievement description itself? I don't think so. Just destroy your first enemy structure using artillery, so... I mean, it is a very specific thing to try out. First of all, you gotta get to Gleba while not triggering the achievement. I mean, this is not an achievement which fails as soon as you destroy a biter base. This is an achievement you get at the moment you destroy the first base with artillery, then you got it, and then you can do whatever the F you want. So, of course, the achievement is not gonna get invalidated after you have already gotten it. You got the achievement and you can do what you want. You can destroy those aircrafts. The normal way, I suppose, players get these achievements is rushing to Vulcanus, research artillery, and then just destroy a base with artillery. So why would anyone... why would anyone... Of course, it would be hard to get to know this. Unless you specifically go out to try this, you won't know if this works or not on Gleba. I suppose you can use Editor's Extensions mod, which lets you use editor mode without disabling achievements, because it's a mod. But yeah, maybe I could actually... That is actually a way to test. I didn't think about that. We can use Editor's Extensions mod to test if that works. I don't have it installed at the moment though. Should we do that real quick? Let's just put the mid to rest then. That is interesting to know. Yeah, the question is a small aircraft considered a spawner? A lot of people have been saying it doesn't count, so let's just find out. Mods. Don't even have it downloaded yet. Editor extensions. Alright. So that will restart. Streamlabs does not get sidetracked. Okay, that's fine. I forgot about that. You can use Editor's Extensions mod. I think that keeps achievements on, I'm not sure. I'm going to delete that mod again after we check this out though, because I do not even want to feel the temptation to use that. Now we got it on. I made a save just before this, so even if I F up this save, Still should be okay. Now we got editor extensions. Toggle map editor. Is it this button? Alright, now we toggle map editor. Yeah, that's the problem of editor extensions mod. It's a mod, so it doesn't count towards disabling achievements, does it? Okay, now I'm out of editor mode. My achievement is still valid. And I got myself 250 legendary Mark III productivity modules. Legit. Quote unquote, right? So that is, yeah. But we can use it to get to Gleba. We just now need to pretend we have Gleba researched. Which we can do in map editor mode. Oh, we got Gleba researched. Without disabling my achievements, I have to go into... I know, I gotta keep the achievements on, that's the entire point. Oh god, I gotta make a backup for my achievements then. Do I? No, I don't. I only need to see if this gets disabled or not. We are not going to use artillery. We just want to see if this gets disabled or not. So I should not get any new achievements, I don't think. So yeah, editor mode. Make new space platform. Above Gleba. You will see how Gleba looks like a bit. Suppose that is the cost of doing business. I already saw how it looked like anyway, because we are playing the guys on the multiplayer server are playing the same seed as me, so I know a bit about the lay of the lands. It's not really that advantageous as anyway. I love the pentapod on the surface here, look at that. That's a giant pentapod. I hope we don't encounter that one. That thing's gotta be like hundreds of kilometers in size. That's the behemoth pentamod of all models of pentapods over there. Let's land somewhere else. Let's land on this area over here. And now we gotta get out of editor mode. And we can fly around in space again. Thanks, editor mode. We gotta get inside, drop to the planet. Can drafts be placed on Navis with editor mode? I don't know. Okay, we do get an achievement. Oh well. I mean, who cares anyway? This is not like a... one of those countable achievement things. It's just you get to a point in the game. It's fine. Now we gotta find a pentapod. Can I even kill a pentapod? I better use editor extensions mod. And at least give myself some shields. Which I didn't even research. What do I find on the ground over here? All for me? I think we keep the running armor. Achievement still valid. Those things are like hard to spot, man, even on the minimap. Yeah, I just walked past one apparently. Where is it? It's here. Small aircraft. Alright. Let's put the mids to an end. If I destroy this, and this stays active, it doesn't get like the red background or whatever it looks like. Achievements which cannot be gotten anymore look like this. They have like a this symbol on them. This symbol will appear right here. Aircraft test. If the achievements become invalid, the random people were full of stuff. If it does not become invalid, they knew what they were talking about. Let's go. Achievement became invalid. Aircrafts definitely do count towards an achievement. There you got it. Utter bullshit. Aircraft does definitely count like an enemy structure. So we don't even need to test the bigger ones then. So yeah, no. Now we have a hard counter towards people in chat spreading the information that aircrafts don't count and helping new myths into the world, like you need Coverx enrichment before you can do nuclear power. Here you got the next one. No, you don't need. Aircrafts do definitely count towards the achievement. Alright, we know what we need to know. Quit the game. Mods. I like editor extensions mod. It's great for making designs. I use it extensively in the 10k SPM megabase to make designs because it's just way easier to set up like all the Infinity production to test designs and whatnot. But for this playthrough, it's just gotta go. I love the mod, but it's too easy to cheat. So let's delete it again. Fake news. Yeah, heck yeah, fake news. As a control group, you should destroy a real biter spawner. This is not like one of those double blind tests, though. No, we're not gonna do that. So Kleber has to go after artillery. Mid busted. Yep. Yeah, there was no reason for aircrafts not to count. I mean, no obvious reason. They are a structure. It would make sense from a gameplay no, it would not make sense from a gameplay perspective for achievement perspective to exclude it, since you just go artillery first on Vulcanus. It does not make sense. Let's also just delete the save. Actually, no. I probably want to use that for the edit. That one is ready for the edit. No, I can just use the footage from the stream. I should use the footage from the stream. I just need to make a note for myself then. Delete this. Reload this one. I'm gonna load this one. I had the editor mode extensions active in that one, so not really entirely sure how that will function. All we did was upgrade the modules here and walk back to the base and talk for a bit, so we should be okay. Alright, I will override that one as well. Yeah, so there was no reason for that not to count. A 1 hour warning. I got an alarm set on my phone, which is gonna go in 20 minutes actually. Well, we did the important part. We got this stuff underway. We got more steel production coming into these chests now, so I'll flip that around. How is the steel stocks looking like? 697k. I think we gotta turn this around when we enable furnaces. Not yet, but when we enable furnaces we gotta turn that around, because we're gonna be using the full red belt of steel. Which means all of this steel plus a little bit from the feed out. We kinda gotta hurry up though. What is next? So we got steel and red chips. We just need bricks to get this started. Rails is for much later worry. Sticks and stone, yeah, that is only when we actually have purple signs. So we just need to rotate that around. How is this doing? 192k, now it's stable. I think we're just gonna add a third furnace line here, to be honest. Just like this. So we can start grabbing a bit more iron. I don't want to have the thing maximum full all the time. So we need another 24 furnaces with a stack of modules. We have inserters still. Alright. I think we just need to grab a red belt of bricks now. That should be it. Red belt of bricks. I think I would say I've got enough of that. And then we turn around the steel belt and we should be good. Alright, so what do I feed in here? Basically, probably just this belt. Whatever portion is not being consumed, I can just feed out. So we keep output priority on the side where we want it to go. And there's going to be a yellow belt maximum. I'm out of yellow belts. That was why I went back. There's a bunch of Johnnies. Here's a giant hub in the way. Yellow belts was what we needed. I got those. I got them all. I'll probably put the aircraft debunk in the video. I gotta make a note for myself. We are 3 hours, about around 3 hours 45. Sorry, I meant to do that. Stream 41, 3 hour 45. Stream 41, 3 hour 45. Aircraft counts towards hands clean mid debunk. Alright. Belt of bricks has got to come in here. Wait. Mine is offline again, apparently. We were doing things here. We were doing things everywhere at the same time, that's the problem. This is not a yellow belt. But that's fine. I just put a stream marker in just after the mid bus. Thanks. Now I gotta figure out what those are and how to use them. But I'll find that out. Thanks, Podium. It's probably easy. It's something I should know anyway. We can technically fit a bit more extraction here if we really want to. On the other hand, wait, those are already going towards, yeah, those are already going towards smelting. That's the belt over here. Suppose we can join this belt. Looks like we've got one of those one side of the belt is used kind of things going on here, so do this. And again, after that join, Okay, so now we are definitely extracting the full 6 belts. Should maybe do this. Just for the buffer, the belt buffer. We are extracting the full 6 belts. Anything that's not used here goes on here. Anything that's not used here goes on here. And this is the 2 full belts. So this should go down now. We're at 192k. Should go down because this is 5400 iron a minute extraction, and we are producing like slightly less. Between 5000 and 5200 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, thanks Regard for the raid. I just brutally uninstalled your mod. The editor's extensions mod. We used it for a small test on Gleba to check if aircrafts actually count for the keeping your hands clean achievement, because a lot of people, not a lot, but people have been saying that you can actually destroy these small aircrafts and you won't invalidate the first biter base with artillery achievement. But thanks to your mod, we actually used that to cheat to enter map editor mode while keeping the achievements active. And we tested it out on Gleba, and aircraft definitely do invalidate this achievement. If you kill a small aircraft, the keeping your hands clean achievement gets invalidated. So now we know. We will try to stop this misinformation from spreading further into the Factorio community. So thanks. It is about, if you want to view the moment, about 10 minutes ago, I think. 10 minutes back into the stream. There is a marker there, apparently. Raid guard. You're also playing... yeah, you are playing Pianodons, right? So far it's going good. We are playing 1000 times science cost multiplier, so it is 240 hours in. We are finally allowing ourselves to research tool belt, which costs only 100,000 science. We're working on a temporary purple science setup so we can get beacons and possibly elevated railways, because we are possibly thinking about going to Fulgora as our first planet, possibly, which requires us to save up over 1 million steel. So we can make a temporary purple science build. Well, we've kind of been doing that. We've got a bunch of steel in our buffer chests over here. We've got a bunch of red chips, which we are buffering up right now because we are researching red and green technology. So we can keep stashing red chips now, which are normally used in blue science, and then redirect those to purple science. It's a whole juggle. It's gonna work though. We have started to produce the productivity modules. We only need 10 chests full of productivity modules, and then we can research one of those 2 technologies. Now we gotta match it up with 10 chests worth of electric furnaces, and I just realized I doubled the build over here. So I actually need only half of that, right? We need 20k furnaces, and now we got 20 chests. So all of these got to stop producing at 1k instead of 2k. Yeah, we doubled the setup. I thought it was not possible, but it apparently was. And bottom line as well then. Let's see if it worked. Looks like it did. Okay, good. Baker says Pianodons is going well, just automated AWOGs. I don't even want to know what AWOGs are. So I can harvest their poop. But yeah, I've heard that Pianodons is all about cyanobacteria and poop and stuff. Should have called it cyanodons. I thought it had something to do with gold, like the aurum element or something, but no. Right, this also, we'll just splitter that in. Right, we're trying our hardest to spend all the free iron from space. At the moment, this thing is almost entirely full. This should make it more empty again. We've got 2 platforms up here, which basically just grab iron. At the moment, this is actually for producing space signs, but it produces so much extra iron as a surplus that we are just sending it down. Because 1000 times science cost is a lot of times. We have found out the hard way. Now we just need to bring in a belt of bricks, connect the steel, and we're done. And it is just bringing a belt of bricks for once, because we already got that over here somewhere. Where is it? I just walked straight past it. We got 4 belts of bricks incoming for military signs, so that is good news. Now we just gotta figure out how to bring this in. Let's just start with a belt the other way. The force blueprint stuff is so good, man. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go like max distances here. We gotta do some shenanigans over here. Alright. Rotate, rotate. That'll work. Belt of bricks. Ideally I want to draw equally of both, all 4 belts. So probably, let's see how we can do that. Can I build here? I can. This is my chunk already. So we got this incoming. Probably the simplest thing is just temporarily joining them onto one red belt. And then just splitting them out over 2 yellows again. And then doing something like this. Probably join it with a splitter, but I don't really have space. I do. There's 3 belts above it still before. So there's 3 belts above before I need to feed it into the underground. So I even have space to do the zippy zip thing. That should be super ultra mega balanced. Yeah, I think that should work. We should be drawing from all 4 belts simultaneously. Okay, so if we want to do that, we've got this in the way. Okay, there is space to do this then. I think if we just copy paste this, we should be good. We need to delete these belts, so let's put something in there. Can we do this in one time without any trouble? That is a first. I'm gonna save. We can override that. No, let's yeah, we can override that one. That was a nothing save. No, that did not work as intended, because we got copper ore on that belt. I saw that. Let's check out this one. So that's some weird stuff. So okay, I missed this. Right. Alright. It's my own fault. I missed this. But with this force blueprint, sometimes some stuff gets on belts, which is not supposed to happen. I think there's no bricks on here. Okay, I think we're good. Everything is connected. We can even like fake this or something, so it looks full. Yeah, perfect. So now we got to see if we connect this. We only have a little bit of time to see that. I want to start off those at the same time. I want to see if I connect this. Are we drawing off all 4 belts? Yeah, we are. Okay, it's working, it's working. All 4 belts, all 4 sides. Which means we are drawing off all of those stone patches at the same rate as well. Wherever they are, here. There's like 5 of them spread out over the things. They get smelted into bricks and a wastage over here. So it's kind of important that we draw off all belts about equally, then all the mines will run out about equally as well. Okay, then we're ready for the furnaces. And then we just gotta let it run. About 5 hours to go on the productivity modules, I suppose. No, actually no. No. Each of these has only got to produce 1,000 now, because we doubled the setup. No, I calculated like this, right? Yeah, we produce 1 per second. Let's verify. Prod mod. 60 a minute, yeah, 60 a minute, so 1 per second. Okay, it holds true, 5 hours. This will be done much faster though, because the recipe is much faster. So these should remain crafting all the time. Yeah, it fills up to 10 before it is finished, so that's good. One of these eats up 1.5 steel, 1.5 bricks a second, which means 20 of those should exactly consume the full belt of steel and the full belt of bricks. After the buffers fill up, we still have to rotate this steel belt to aid in keep enough steel coming out of there. Now we are just using this steel over here. So let's see if we can. We should be able to do that remotely. No, it won't work. It will work, but we are not going to be using this. I need to figure out something different for that. Because we need to basically make this turn out of here and connect it into there. Let's try the rest anyway. This is also not bi-directional. That addition we just put in there. I want to see if this is possible to do remotely, because we might have to do that at some point when we are on a different planet. That was the whole point. Okay, now comes the hard part. Flip this. The feed out is over here. I'm not sure if this is going to go right. This rotates. I suppose this rotates. Let's drop that in there as well. And then these do something like this. This does something like this. I'm using the new mechanics to its fullest. We got the blueprint still somewhere, I think. Yeah, this one. Which allows me to mass flip all the sailors. This is going to be glorious. There we go. It kind of works. It does work, except for the new additions we made. Those are not calibrated to do the flipping. So basically you gotta change that layout a bit, because now we don't have the steel we need. Bricks have made it to the other side, but steel not. So let's try and fix that ASAP. First of all, this is flawed. That basically has to go in there for the moment. But we also have to be able to feed it into here later on. So we got to have another split off. Then gets out of the way. Then we can do this. Alright, and then we can do this for now. So we can feed it back to the base now and flip it around without interrupting production, and basically this will decide which way the steel is gonna go. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, this is flowing. This is now stuck here. We need to flip this around. But we also want this steel to be able to do the same thing. I think this is a temporary steel setup anyway. So let's just have it go out only for now. Output priority to the left. We can do it. We can do it. Just snake this around. And plop this one in. And we can just flip that now. Alright, so that's also multi-directional now. To flip all the stuff around from the map view. And now we got a full belt of steel. I actually want to prioritize input from these extra furnaces right now. So that keeps flowing. Why spend the steel buffer if we can just produce it live from the iron from space, right? So let's keep doing that. We're still at 192k here. Maybe I do need to install this last little bit of output there as well. Feed it into the last steel smeltery, which is not working all the time. Right, so now we should soon be reaching the end of over here as well. After these guys buffer up their 10 or 20 steel, whichever quantity they want to take. Once they have that, they will stop putting in more. We're not even there. 16, 17, 18, 20. Are these having trouble keeping up? No, I don't think so. Once the belt is full, should be reaching the end. It's important that all of these produce at the same time. That's the entire gimmick. Probably should stop these belts after they reach the last assembler. Let's just start this one up manually a bit. This one should be fine. And then we can just let this back up a bit. So they won't get delayed. They are already a bit delayed, but on a scale of needing to produce like 1,000 furnaces, we should be okay. So if they don't all produce at the same time, let's say we have enough production to feed 19 out of the 20, this one gets starved. All of these finish production, and suddenly we've got a whole belt of steel without any of these working, and this guy has then got to produce all those 1,000 furnaces after the other ones have already finished. That's why they all should be working at the same time. And why I wanted the design requirements to do that. Alright, I think that's a success for now, for the temporary science build over here. We've got a ton of steel, we've got compressed belt of steel, compressed belt of bricks, we've got more red chips than we need, we got more green chips than we need. How is it going at the green chip thing? Yeah, this is, they are not even all active. In fact, only a couple of them are active. We're gathering some more quality chips here, so that's great as well. You're only using a little bit of the steel furnace stack to smelt the copper for the green chips, which is good, because I'm not sure how much extra copper we have for keeping green sign supplied as well. So that's a good thing. No, we have a lot of, we have tons of copper for green signs. We built a new mining patch. I keep forgetting that we build a new mining patch. I don't even see where it is. There's 2 red on the map. This one over here. So that is providing us with the purple for green signs. The next thing that's gonna go wrong is that this is gonna fill up again. All of these chests over here. And that is going to grind production to a halt again. We've got batteries now though. How much do we have already? 29k. We can make some more laser turrets. Alright, yeah, this also has continuous access to steel now. So all of them will be producing at the same time, so that's good stuff. 1k productivity modules, 1k steel furnaces. These will be ready before these are. Just don't have the red chips to make these faster as well, so that's as long as everything is producing all the time, I'm happy. Actually, yeah, we can after these furnaces are done, the furnaces stop consuming red chips. We can potentially upgrade these back to the faster quality ones and even put speed modules in, because all of them will be producing after red chips stop being consumed by furnaces. We will have more red chips available for the prop mods. But right now we gotta do it in this ratio. These are as slow as we can get them without going for assembly machine Mark 1. Maybe I should have gone assembly machine Mark 1, man. Without the efficiency modules to slow these down relative to these. That might be something to consider. It's not the first, it won't be the first assembly machine Mark 1 we've put in the base. So we could consider something like that. And then if we make this thing twice as fast, which should be like this, and put in a speed module, which I don't have. Let's just pretend. Then we're roughly at the same red chip consumption. And since both of these take 5 red chips, both recipes take 5 red chips, so that is equal production. I should have gone for this, man. Mark 1 assemblers for electric furnaces for purple signs. When do you ever see that in a build? Because now we have 3/4 of a chip for this one per second and 1/4 of a red chip for this one per second. I don't know if we have the green chips to supply to those, so we gotta think about that. I'm going to leave this up. I'm actually going to craft a assembler Mark 1, I think. Yeah, we can. I didn't craft a nice round amount. Something like this. Cursed? Maybe. But possible. I'm gonna leave it up as a note for myself. To think about that at least. Right, that's good then. We will have purple signs. We will. This is a big step on the way to towards being able to go to Fulgora at all. If we want to build something serious on Fulgora, that does require elevated rails because you need to connect your islands. I don't think we need it for the first visit. If we want to do some quality upcycling, we just need to find a big island which has some scrap on it, and once it's depleted, we'll just pick up the base, plop it down on the next big island, something like that. It's gotta be. But the beacons are definitely required to make sign setups on other planets. That we're going to explore in the second part of the stream, which is gonna be about 2 to 2.5 hours from now after the race finishes. And I've eaten. I will do another stream in the evening. We're gonna save. Right now, this is the end of stream. Save. For now. And then, so tonight we're gonna get into editor mode. We're just gonna visit all the planets. Look what kind of resources we need to make 1k SPM, because all the other planets are alien language to me. I don't know much about them. I've only played through them once, and I've seen a little bit about it now, but I got some ideas. I don't know if it will work. We gotta just figure out what works and what not, and what quantities of stuff we need, and then we can figure out our approach. Because I don't want to go to Fulgora if what I have in mind just simply doesn't work. It's just that is like 50 hours of detouring to try something that doesn't work. We should test it out before we make any decisions. Alright, I'm gonna stand on this area over here. Interface, no minimap. Later, my good luck on the race. Hey SB, thanks. Yeah, the next part is going to be interesting if you like the new planets. We're going to explore the new planets and how many resources we need to make 1k SPM on those planets. Well, probably more than that on Glebber. I have no idea how fresh the science is going to arrive at the labs. So probably we'll go for anywhere between 1.5 and 2k. The other planets will be able to do it 907, just like we have on Northeast. That turns into 1k SPM of research progress per minute. Still no output for purple signs. Alright, you got it. No output for purple signs. What would be the most cursed output way? The lights are in the way for my cursed output. I saved already, we can just plop something over that. The lights are in the way, or the power lines. Okay. I already saved, so let's do that real quick. I think we can do something dumb. What else is new? I spotted an opening. I think this will just reach. There you got it. Purple science output. Now everybody can be happy and sleep well. Another belt which can go all the way around, and then we'll just stash it into chests for now, and then we just have to connect it to go onto one of the belts. Probably just it needs to join up with blue signs. It's the last available one apparently, so yeah, we got it. Purple signs output designed. Sufficiently cursed, yes. What about Rush to Space achievement? I never cared about the Rush to Space achievement. Any prediction? I have no idea, really. It does seem to be a McLaren fest. Again, kind of depends on the race pace of Max and his car. If he can do something, he might be able to do something at the start, but if the car is just behind, over the length of the race, he will fall behind. So I'm not having any hopes that it will be a Dutch victory, but it's going to be interesting nonetheless. Alright, I'm gonna prepare for the race, drink something, eat something and all that stuff, do all the stuff at the same time. And I'll be back in a couple hours with the second part of the stream. We did the actual progress part. Now we're gonna decide which way we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna try to find out what path we should take. Is Fulgora first viable or not? And what do we need to set up 1000 signs per minute everywhere? That would be interesting to learn. I hope we can get that done in a single stream. It should be in editor mode, so we should have a good chance of completing a task like that. If I don't get too carried away by wanting to make perfect builds already. I just need to know the ratios. I need to remember. I just want to know the ratios of stuff. I don't need to already build it. I just need to design the amount of machinery. It doesn't need to look nice. Yeah, we have been just in editor mode. So if I load the actual end of stream save, I hope to God that that achievement becomes valid again. Okay, it's valid again. Let's do that so I don't actually accidentally override my stuff. Right. Oscar will win. Yeah, I hope so. He's my favorite driver in the McLaren garage. I think he's got the potential to become the next big thing. Let me see if we can raid somebody else, because we've just gotten raided by Raidgard, if he's still here. So we should send forward the audience, at least the Twitch side of the audience, to someone else. Let me check out who's streaming. Boy is on. No, Boy is not. Tyrannosaurus Rex is doing a blind run of Space Age. Part 38, he does appear to be on the space platform or spaceships. He has some, in the thumbnail there are some walls on a space platform, so he's probably flying. There's ammo production. Let's go to Tyrannosaurus Rex, I suppose. Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's a difficult name to write. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Alright, for people on YouTube, I'll be back in a couple hours. I'll again post it on YouTube like half an hour before I start or so. And yeah, I hope you had fun with this part. It was very productive actually. We have been working on production science after all, so it better be very productive. Yeah, good stuff. We've got it set up. Now we just need to wait for the tech to come in. I'll be back in a couple hours for the second part. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you all next time.